Can you even hear me? Hold on. Can you hear me? Let me just... Oh, okay. Okay, I get it now. I get what's... Okay. I get what's going on. Let me just fix it in a moment. Yeah. Okay, now let's try. Okay. Of course, the audio got screwed up. Yeah, there was no sound. I gaslit you. I gaslit you into believing there was no sound. There was sound when there was no sound. Apologies. Okay. Apologies for the gaslighting. That's my style, to gaslit the audience into believing that there's something there that just isn't. It's my classic technique. The audience is gone. Oh wait, should I? Cathedral. Who did a thumbs down? What's this? What? I'm sorry, what? What did you say? My what? What did you, excuse me? My chest is not boosted. It's actually, ow. Ouch. Well, it's growing. If the pain is really an indicator. Then it's growing. It's growing a lot. I found a new book to show you. Are you interested? Are you interested? New book? I mean, I could basically show a lot of new books on every stream, but this one is like your chest gaslighting us into believing there's something. I never said there was something here. I never said there was something. You're awful. Okay. Jesus. Book. It's time for a book. A Failed Revolution, A Failed Restoration by Marek Migalski. It seems that like the Polish new prime minister has been a hot topic. A hot topic. And since that's been the case, because he criticized the GOP directly, saying something like, "For shame, you crackpots and bastards," I thought you'd be interested in the near future, maybe, in learning a little bit about Donald Tusk's past, political past, but not so huge a past. I mean, at this point, it is a pretty huge past. So we might dive into how Donald Tusk was perceived in the year 2009. 2009, the old, like, distant past of 2009. This is the cover. Look how young he looks here. Oh my gosh. The young Donald Tusk. Looks a bit different than now. It's so funny. Kaczynski is also here, also young. Younger than now. About Tusk. If Tusk won the presidential campaign, he would probably be the best builder of Fourth Polish Republic. But the voters have decided differently. About Kaczynski. For the strategy of the government, the leader of law and justice is responsible. And in this matter, cardinal mistakes have been made. This is not from like a year ago or like 2 years ago. This is from 2009. This is from like 1 million years ago. About them both. Kaczynski and Tusk are both prisoners of their PR teams. They have no ideology. Kaczynski and Tusk have no ideology and are prisoners of their PR teams. I don't know if that's... I'm not that sure if I would say that today, though. Or they are frustrated guardians I don't know how to translate this word. Of some word that I cannot translate. It doesn't seem like they can break out of their vicious dance. Tusk doesn't want it. Kaczynski doesn't know how. 2009! 2009! It's 2024 and they're still at each other's throat. So many years later. I cannot believe. Jesus. Are there any photos in this book? Any illustrations? "2009, and it's still going. It's still going. I cannot believe this. Polish politics. Welcome to Polish politics. When everything's... I was barely sentient at that time. Kaczynski, the more things change. Kaczynski, not Kaczynski. Kaczynski has a duck. Has a duck in his surname, believe it or not. Just very weird. Kaczynski. This is what happens when you English speakers try to pronounce Polish names. We get things like Kaczynski instead of We get Kaczynski instead of Kaczynski. We get Donald Tusk instead of Donald Tusk. What else? What else? There were some very famous butcherings of Polish surnames in English, if I recall. You should do your best to try to pronounce the names correctly. Or else there will be punishment or something. There will be punishment. There will be reckoning. How is everybody today? How's the wonderful, wonderful audience that has been waiting all day and all night for me to come here and speak to you on matters of super big importance, like how Kaczynski and Tusk have been at each other's throat ever since 2009 or even earlier probably, and are still at each other's throats today, so many years later. How wonderful. I streamed a bit today. How did it go? Punishment? Wait. My stream is a punishment? What do you mean? What are you trying to say? What are you saying? What are you what are you telling me? What do you mean? Should I stream in the dark, like in some horror? What do you think of this vibe of darkness? Hello, darkness, my old friend. How's this vibe? The horror vibes. I am barely visible. How is this? I'm a talking head. Right now, I'm literally a talking head. Okay, it's much darker on one screen and much brighter on the other. Let's try to experiment. Is this better? I need to get some new source of lighting or whatever, because this just doesn't feel optimal or good in any sense of the word. No one watched? I didn't even know you were streaming, so I couldn't watch. If I knew, I would have watched, but I couldn't because... Did you post your stream thing anywhere? I gotta check, actually. Have you posted your ring light? Any sort of light that is not just a thing behind me would be good. I made this first step to facilitate the debate, which might be good for you. Oh. 2 months. Hard to believe. It's hard to believe. On self chill in the cathedral chill. Oh, self chill. Let me see. What was your stream about? Let me just check it out. Nobody watched it, you say? Trans rights. RKR. Anti-trans bills on the rise. We should probably talk about that. Okay, I'm pretty far in the past. This time for real. Oh, you had a false alarm start of the stream. This is you? Is this how you look like?
Sort of it's the end road of the sort of sex essentialist and the gender like prescriptivist, you know what I mean?
Gender is like a triangle. If you're a woman, you're an equilateral triangle, and if you're a man, you're an isosceles triangle.
Wait, where are you from again?
Which is that they end up always having.
Are you also from the Czech Republic?
Position where they either have your husband, they
trans. When I hear that, I interpret that usually as they would prefer that I call them by their gender that they.
Wait, hold on. Was there a debate that Demon Mama has had recently?
I'm trans.
Oh, you're from the Czech Republic as well. Okay, I get it. Got it. Got it. Wait, did I turn it off? Okay. So, Quebec? Wait, oh, Quebec, right. Where's the... Demon Mama had a debate recently? Hold on. I might take a look. About gender. I feel like I don't do enough gender stuff. Even though I'm trans and all trans people are basically contractually obligated to do gender stuff. You're not a real trans person unless you do gender stuff on your stream. Demon Mama debated someone right after talking to you. Oh, debated someone right after talking to me. Well, this is interesting. So the nice talk with me prepared Demon Mama for... Okay, we're gonna react to this. 57 minutes. How interesting. How fascinating this is. This development. This is gonna be our warm-up session. I'm gonna ease into things by reacting to a nice debate. I'm gonna give you my takes on self-ID. Thank you, Amara. Thank you for being a person interested in my opinions. Well then, we'll do it. But we'll also hunt some monsters because Monster Hunter is the best reaction game, I think. I got it. Don't worry. I can talk to you about the things I was talking in that stream. Yes. But after I react. Need to. Because I need to be focusing on 2 things. And if you also are here, I'll be focusing on 3 things. And I know myself, if there's a 3rd thing, I tend to forget. That is a very sad fact of the world. That if I have X things, I start losing track and forgetting about things. I really should just start writing things down. No one in the YouTube chat. That's surprising. Okay, we're gonna change the title or something. It's what we have to do. Oh, man. Change it here. It's so annoying that I have to change it independently to places now. Change it here. There you go. We've done it. We will have to do it from now on. Change the titles as we go. My friends are living in Czechia. I live on the other side. Okay. What? Slovakia? Is the other side Slovakia? Okay, let's watch Demon Mama. Am I louder than mother? No.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I have you.
I will preface this. I think this may be our first
Debate.
I guess more serious talk of the day.
More serious? How can you get more serious than the talk I had with Lucy? We talked about genocide. What the hell? How do you beat that?
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I mean it in the sense that it may become a debate. I don't.
Oh, you
necessarily.
want
Oh my god. Damn. What a start. How do you beat talking about genocide with Lucy Haza? You cannot. It's unbeatable.
a debate? Yeah, I see.
Necessarily, I don't necessarily think. I think that looking at it as a debate can be
Detrimental
like it
to
can
the cause.
not be the best way of looking at things. I really
Sure.
prefer more of a discussion, right?
All right. all right.
But
First off, before we
I-
get any
yeah.
further, can you introduce yourself and give us your pronouns?
Sure. So, my name is Epic Ninjali, but most people
Who?
say it in different ways. I just go by Epic on here.
All right.
Epic
Um,
Games
My pronouns are he, him.
awesome. Classics. The classics.
of
yeah.
the world.
Yeah. I don't really have like a content or anything. I'm kind of
Okay.
just a viewer. Right now I'm in
That's fine.
college, so I'm double majoring and I've got 2 jobs, so I'm very busy.
Damn. Crazy busy. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Good on you though.
In
Don't
fact,
burn
I
yourself
actually
out too hard.
Oh yeah, I actually got into your streams because they were chill enough where I could listen to it, get something out of it, but at the same time do homework simultaneously.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Like,
that's very flattering. I quite
especially
like to hear
the-
that.
Yeah, especially the mathier stuff. You know, I think reading is harder because it's like
Yeah,
words,
yeah, of
2
course.
plays of words. But anyways,
Yeah, I
so-
struggle to be able
yeah.
to read anything. Like I'm ADHD as fuck, and I can't fucking read and listen to like a show like this. But I am
yeah.
glad that I'm able to give people the ability to do like other stuff. But
Oh
anyway,
yeah.
that's great to hear.
Yeah.
All right, so hit me with it, Epic.
Hit me
Epic
with
Okay,
your
Ninjala.
takes.
so what I'll say is this: I've seen, I
Okay.
feel like on the left, on like the generally on the leftist side of YouTube,
Leftist.
there's a lot of debate around self-identification
I debate
with
sure.
like trans
Nonstop.
issues.
Uh-huh.
I've seen your debate with RGR, very old one,
Yeah,
and then I've
that's all.
also seen
damn.
a debate I think Bosch had with this like Catholic girl
RGR?
lady.
Mhm.
I mean, she was definitely more like, I think she was more. She had more malicious intent. I don't even want to say malicious, but she was going in trying to say like, "Oh, being trans is logically incorrect" or something, right? And it's like, well, no, that's because she was like a conservative arguing for that,
she
right?
Had a very, very
Yeah.
I would say that she had malice towards trans people. Maybe not. Maybe she
yeah.
doesn't have general malice, but she sees it
Yeah.
as like a threat to her worldview or whatever.
Exactly.
I remember seeing at least. I don't know if I watched that whole debate, but I remember seeing at least some of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
Hello,
also
fake
too,
Alec
like
Parker.
I think, and this is sort of what I will say with that. So with that debate, I think she was being disingenuous. I think she was looking at philosophy of language in this way where she was trying to make like mathematical concepts determine it in the same way that gender was, which there's obvious reasons why that doesn't work, right? We can both have feel pretty confident that we've got an equal concept of like a triangle, but with gender, absolutely not, right? But she was kind of trying to suggest that it was.
Well, this is something that happens
yeah.
frequently, and I think it's the sort of it's the end road of the sort of sex essentialist and the gender prescriptivist. You know what I mean? Which is that they end up always having to come to the position.
Are they gonna debate about it, or are they gonna agree?
Their model doesn't work, or they have to start trying to come up with the They'd have to start coming up with the equation. I mean,
What's the debate going to be about?
Fallout of the
if they're going to agree.
Thing. A lot of people didn't see it because it only happened in the drama that followed up. But in one of the streams after that debate that I had, RGR had some guy come on and put together a C plus program that was supposedly it would plug in different things into an equation and prove that my interpretation of gender was wrong, and I thought it was
remember that.
embarrassing, deeply embarrassing on a level that is hard for me to fully
I was actually there for this.
Yeah,
I remember that happening.
No, there was this. Yeah, I'll tell you this. I think, and this is really where I say we may have an actual debate. Okay, but I think I wanted this to be more of a discussion. I think that there is genuine, I think that the way we're looking at gender, I think there's a...
As the person that always does this not on purpose, hello Smith, I'm gonna give everybody a great tip on debating, even though I've only had a few debates in my entire life. Online at least. I did have debates in real life. If you want a thing to be a discussion, don't say I want it to be a discussion. Just lead it in a way that will make it a discussion. Right? Just talk like it's a discussion, and it will be a discussion. You don't have to announce that you want it to be one.
A genuine benefit. There can be a genuine benefit, or at the very least, it can be reasonable to not necessarily exclusively look at gender through a self-identification lens.
Well, I don't look through gender exclusively through a self-identification lens. I don't think, I guess the best way that I can describe it is okay, so this is something that I think I'm recalling this from a long time ago, so I might be misremembering. But one of the things that happened in the Catholic debate that Vosh had was there was this thing of is gender only self-identification? And I don't think it's at least personally, I wouldn't really say it's only self-identification. But something that happens sometimes in this conversation is that there's a schism between how do we approach this topic versus how do we conceptualize it in and of in ourselves. I don't think gender is only a matter of self-identification, but I feel it's one of the only ways we can actually engage with another person's gender. And this is where you'll hear me even in my other debates talking about the comparison to names.
I have to go back.
No, unless you believe that we live in some kind of Wheel of Time universe where somewhere in the universe is written everything's true name, and all you need to do is discover it and you can cast a magic spell with the true name. I think that the only way that you can engage with someone's name is the name that they give themselves or the name that you give them. And if you are forcibly giving them a name that they don't want, that's fairly rude and can be extremely harmful and hurtful. And the same thing goes for gender. We can't be in someone's head, and there's no real way to there's no coherent or healthy way to try and build out a
Transformers fan fiction. That's wonderful.
So I think that the only way
I'm working on a video actually. I am working on a.
But of course, within ourselves.
Essay.
And how we come to our understanding of gender is much more complicated.
I'm doing
obviously
storyboarding.
I have reasons for why I choose to identify as a woman, and also building off of that, reasons why I decide to I openly identify as a non-binary trans woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So those reasons are obviously more than just self-identification. I have experiences and feelings and whatnot tied to those. I just don't think those are relevant with regard to how people interact with one another interpersonally. I think at the end of the day, the buck stops at you respect people for their for their identity, when they're coming to you in good faith. So.
I think in that point, like I wouldn't even really disagree there, especially on like a social level, right?
So
like
when
I
will
meet
there be
somebody,
a
they're
debate?
trans, right? It's not really my business, nor is it like even something that I'm going to realistically be capable of figuring out exactly what that means when they say it, right? To them, of course not, right? But
Right.
I think that the position, like I think that when we're looking at it from the perspective of activism, at least for me, I don't think that the case is as clear cut. Which is
What's
really
the
where I
case?
think like we actually would disagree, I guess.
Okay, so
probably.
how so? Like, explain
So
how you.
okay. So I think that when we are looking at gender, like gender insofar as it is a reality to people, a reality of the social structures that exist, right? Like
Mhm.
people are trans, people are cis, right?
Sure.
We use the word. I would say that like the fact, like when we say something about somebody, if I say like, okay, this person is a woman, right? When I am like uttering the sentence, there's an idea that like I'm trying to communicate something. There's something, some form of information, some form of knowledge, right, that I'm trying to convey, right? And especially from the perspective of I'm looking at somebody, they are identifying as a man, right, or a woman, doesn't really matter, right?
Sure.
They're identifying with a certain gender, right? I interpret that as they are trying to communicate something. Now, I 100% agree. Like, how do we know exactly what that means? No idea. But when they say like I identify as a man, they don't mean that they identify as a carrot, right? There are things we know for sure that gender is not.
Well, we don't know. I mean, you could say we don't know if they identify as a carrot, but that is a. I mean,
could
I
be a
think
woman
it's a safe
carrot.
assumption most of the time. But I think that we can also come to the idea that like
woman
plenty
carrot.
of people who identify as women are
Woman
identifying
carrots.
as something alien from what other people might identify as women. For example,
Yeah.
like the biggest example of this would be Christian womanhood. If you,
Oh, boy.
like, if you listen to what womanhood means in like super fundamentalist spaces, they have basically what equates to like a I would call it like a kink xenogender that is
What?
applied to the word womanhood that almost no one else in the rest of the
kink.
world actually shares except for other fundamentalist women. And so in that case, they may as well be saying that when they identify as a woman that they're identifying also as a carrot. And the reason for that is that their concept of womanhood is so alien from even what you might be expecting. That it can be it doesn't communicate much, right? Because like when I mean it's the same reason as why like if you confront a like a fundamentalist Christian woman with the fact that they may have interacted with or been friends with or whatever with a trans woman and didn't know it, they will vociferously deny this even in the face of like complete confrontation. And the reason for that is that even if they were 100% convinced that they engage with a woman, they can't accept that because their definition of womanhood is one that is incoherent, first of all, and secondly, one that doesn't actually line up with what everybody else would call a woman. They would say, oh, you're not a woman if you don't have kids by the age of 25, or if you don't serve God under your husband.
Or if you have
strip
sex
womanhood
before marriage.
away from women who are in the workplace. They strip womanhood
Sex
away
before
for all kinds of
marriage.
reasons
Oh,
that are
no.
very strange and don't make sense to most
Don't worry,
people.
gigglers.
So,
I would never have
that was a
sex
bit of a
before
long ramble, but I was trying to.
I'm too
hopefully
pure
I-
for sex
Hopefully you
before
understand
marriage.
what I mean.
Oh, yeah,
when
I
take contest to that
yeah.
small thing.
I do think I understand what you mean. I think my point isn't necessarily to say that there's universality in language. I think that's like trivially false, right? Like we know that, right?
Yeah.
How would we even have misunderstandings if people always meant the same thing, right? But what I do think that is when someone says something, I think that there is
You could still have
we're not going to
misunderstandings
say it
even
always
if we
every time, and
understood
this is
each
where it
other's
gets more
words
murky.
perfectly.
But I think that generally speaking, when we say something, we're trying to convey information. And in this
Sure.
respect, if there was
failed.
this like super fundamentalist woman who was
I
trying to
killed
convey
it.
her womanhood,
I was supposed
I
to
am a
capture
woman.
it.
When she conveys that, she has an idea of what she's saying. It may not match,
Right.
like it might not be truly what
I
she
failed.
means, but in this respect,
What's
what's
the trigger
happening is there's
happy?
a miscommunication. She's
The
telling
monster
me
was
something,
too weak.
and I'm interpreting it incorrectly, right? Now, obviously, there's this, like, again, I don't mean to suggest that there's like an absolute perfection of a definition. Again, maybe with math or
Maybe.
something really
I
specific,
don't
but
think so.
generally,
I think
no.
that- I
Yeah,
think that
gener-
I don't
yeah.
believe it exists. I genuinely like I
Yeah.
don't believe such a thing.
And that's fine. That's fine. That's just like that's totally okay. But I would say that like if we're like if the intent of speech is to
We have
sort
to
of
retake this
convey
quest.
meaning,
Now.
that when we speak, right, like
I'm too
what
strong.
we say has to mean something to the other person for it to like be accomplishing the goal of the speech. In
Sure.
this case, right? So it's like if I were to say like I am a blarb, right?
Oh,
I'm not
Blarg.
necessarily. I was just saying,
Blarg, the
if
classic
yeah.
Blarg.
Yeah, it's like if I say I'm a blarb, you can say I don't know what that means, right? And I
Uh-huh.
can say that, well, to me blarb means this and or blarb means that. But when I clarify what I mean by blarb,
Mhm.
why am I clarifying? Well, there's an idea that I was trying to convey. There was some resemblant concept that we would share, right? It's like there's a resemblant concept, right? And
Sure,
and it's in this respect that like I think when we're talking about gender, like there is a reality to it, even if that reality is very hard to like identify. It could be totally unscientific too, right? Like it could just be like social or based on my personal subjective understanding.
So what is
But
this
the point is
person
that like
even
they're trying to
saying?
convey something. So if somebody like were to come up to me and say like, "Hey, I'm trans,"
Yeah.
when I hear that, I interpret that usually
Okay.
as they would prefer that
But you
I
could say
call
the
them
same thing
by
about.
their gender that they've transitioned to.
You could easily say the same thing about self-identification, though. So I sort of fail to see the point. You know? I'm sort of failing to see what point is being made here. Oh. The Tomb Raider remaster is now available. Does any one of you like Tomb Raider, the series? Any Tomb Raider fans on the stream?
You have my total attention now.
Any Tomb Raider
I'm
fan?
not quite sure if I've
I
got
think
yours though.
someone said that platformers were their jam yesterday. So the Tomb Raider is available now. Hello, Murder Birder. Are you killing ducks? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the wonderful time that we're having with this debate and with this game. Monster Hunter World.
Let's go for a swim.
Facing Farm. I was just looking at that before I entered the stream. It's Tomb Raider.
Not by
It's already
their,
available.
perhaps
The
their like,
remaster of the
like what they would
first
be
Tomb Raider game.
biologically, right?
Yeah.
Or like what would be interpreted as biologically, right? So I interpret that as I want to be called this, right?
Sure,
But a
sure.
lot of people, when we're talking
Okay.
about it, right? Like when we talk about trans issues,
Uh-huh.
right? Or like trans activism, that ambiguity can cause, I would say, some level of problems. And I
Okay,
only
like
say
how
it can
so?
cause. So I'm going to use the example of like, I'm going to use the example more like women. So
I have a
imagine you are
counterexample.
a sociologist
Sure.
and you're interested in the ways that sexism affects women,
Mhm.
right? If what it means to be a woman is just what somebody calls womanhood,
Mhm.
then there's no real means of knowing what they're talking about when they say I'm
Yeah,
talking
but-
about women, right? You're just
I see
referring
what
I
to
have a little bit of a counterexample to this, especially since it led to some nasty things historically. We have the concept of Jewishness and what it means to be Jewish. What elements of the self, what elements of behavior, what elements of cultural behavior makes somebody Jewish. And at the beginning of the 20th century, or maybe even at the end of the 19th century, the idea of Jewishness has been racialized. There has been this assumption that there is this very concrete biological component that comes with being Jewish, that Jewishness is a race in itself. And that sort of is a counter argument to what's being said here, because you could say that if someone says that being Jewish is just about those elements, those sort of cultural things or even religious things that you sort of decide that being Jewish is about, then we cannot even, then nobody knows what Jewishness is, and nobody can talk about what Jewishness is, which is not entirely true, right? We very well can talk about Jewishness, and Jewish people talk about what it means within the diaspora, at least all of the time. There are certain, it's like an ongoing discussion. So I don't know. I think it applies here a bit. You know? That if you try to, like my counter, I guess, response to this would be that if you really limit the discussion about the subject, if you try to limit it to certain very specific, especially biological traits, right?
You're
But
saying, but
yeah,
also like
yeah.
that's kind of a you're inventing a problem that doesn't exist. Like you're saying that like, oh yeah, in you know, if okay, so there's two things I want to say here. So first of all, like as I'm gonna pause my game for 1 second here because we're getting into the weeds of it. But so okay, so like the first thing is like you're saying that like if a sociologist is asking, you know, I want to identify discrimination against women. And then they go, well, oh, there's people here who identify as women who don't match what I would generally consider this for this purpose. That's a problem with their question. And this is this is something that I've actually talked about in a different context that I think you'll be able to compare, which is it's a I don't know the right term for it, but it's like a problem of lexicon. So there's a huge problem that happens sometimes, in which people go, you know, we have the evidence for HRT being beneficial for binary trans people, but we don't have any evidence that it actually helps non-binary people. Now, of course, the evidence does exist. There's, of course, tons of people who've had this experience and be willing to talk about it.
That's a weird
but
argument.
It's hard to find a study that'll tell you, oh, non-binary people benefit in this way. They do actually exist, but it's harder to find than for binary people.
Right.
And the reason for that is because non-binary people are often forced to take a binary, even a false identity that they don't actually identify by, because that is the question that's being asked of them. When they go to their doctor, they might have 4 options if they're lucky, 2 options if you're in like a place that hasn't really updated to the modern questionnaires or whatever, and so your doctor's office is prescribing you HRT as a whatever gender you're in there, that they give you the options for. So it's a limitation of language and the question, and of course you can imagine, so you can probably hopefully see the parallel there, where the question that's being asked is important. If the question is, how do women suffer, in our society in one way or another? Well, the question might actually have to be slightly bigger than that, because there are people who, because what you're trying to ask doesn't necessarily follow. It doesn't actually operate on the same
wavelength.
What should I say? The problem is not using the same language as what you're asking. You know what I mean? So if you're asking, why do women suffer in our society? Well, there are all kinds of trans women who suffer in the exact same ways that cis women do. Regardless of how they identify, there are lots of non-binary people who are identified against their will by hostile actors as women or as feminine. There are even sometimes men who are identified as feminine and sort of excised and mistreated. So the question of like, how do women suffer might simply be too limited. And You can certainly ask
Oh,
that question, but
let me
I
read
don't
the
think
chat.
that,
Long time viewer, first time chatter. Oh, hello. I wanted to rant about this discussion. PM having battles. Wanted to let you know that you follow the more covering. Yeah. Oh.
I only play for sport.
Let me see. Actually, didn't realize that was on. How do I? Where is this? Oh my gosh. I cannot find the clip. And by clip, I mean the thing called clip, which is. Oh, God. Oh, there you go. Clip. That's true here. Is a helpful flashcard about the Holodomor covering up MH. So what's the best debate about? Oh, it's about gender. Gender, self-ID, ID, self-ID, and stuff like that, generally speaking.
I don't think that I don't know that. I think that you're either having to sacrifice the actual accuracy in order to get a simpler answer, by saying, okay, well, you know, we're gonna choose to divide the world into men and women, and then talk about who's being discriminated against here. That's one problem. Or you can also say, when we're talking about this picture, if we're trying to like get a picture of patriarchy and how it operates, trans women, non-binary people are not a significant enough number, or people who are identifying as women but have such an alien definition of women that we wouldn't recognize them as women for our sociological question. They're not going to represent a large enough number to distort the questions about, like, does a patriarchy exist? You could still acknowledge that even with outliers. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's two issues with
yeah.
that. Yeah.
I think I get what you're saying. I think the only reason I'm really bringing all of this up is because I think that when you're trying to like argue for different types of trans advocacy in some respects, right? Like if we're just looking at it from the social perspective, right? I mean, I'll admit a lot of this gets murky in the sense of like, what are we actually aiming for? What is justice? What is good? I don't want to go that direction because that's it can get really murky. But my thought process, at least here, is that if you are trying to argue with somebody for something like, for instance, gender affirming care, right?
Sure.
I think there is the idea that the person's going to say, okay, what are the like I guess they're going to ask what should be the things that lead to somebody receiving gender affirming care, right? Why is this beneficial? They might throw some argument, right? And I think you can argue, right? You can just say, well, look, like when we have people who self-identify from this, generally speaking, it benefits them, right?
Sure.
But I think for some people, they might still push back on that. And I think the idea is that if you can ground a gender as something that is, I guess we could say, like philosophical terms, you'd be like, it's something phenomenal, right? Like it is something that is actually experienced, even if that experience is an understanding of your experience, right? There's an idea that like if you can identify it with a reality,
you're saying that basically we need to pragmatically assume a false construct in order to be more optically effective. But I just don't buy that that's the case.
I'm not. Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't necessarily say that that's true. I'm just saying that I don't think that that's like inherently like bad / inherently false. Like it's just a different way of looking at it, a different way of trying to argue.
I think
in my
it
opinion,
can lead to problems like excluding
I just
people.
think that like, okay,
there's
so
a risk
in
here.
this particular example, you say, okay, so I can speak from my personal experience. When I, and this was before, this was like, well, would have been in like 2011 or so.
And it
when I was
actually,
going to my first endocrinologist to begin my transition.
these problems actually go further than just trans issues. They can go into even things of different sorts of identity. You can go to people being told that they are not real members of a nationality, for example. Like in Hungary, when the LGBT people have been declared in law to be I'm Hungarian, not you Hungarian. Or when the old Law and Justice Party said that people of certain qualities of character or political leanings are not real Polish people, you know? These sort of things can really go into dicey territories of exclusion when you try to hammer down what it is to be in a certain group to very specific traits that you have to meet or else. And I would say it's similar with gender. But I would also say that gender is not necessarily unique in this sort of thing. This is what part that gets me. Why do we need to interrogate the phenomenon of experience? If a person just says the experience transcends, is that not enough? I mean, it is enough in most cases, right? It is enough in most different cases. Like when somebody is sad and goes to a psychologist with problems like depression, their feelings of being sad are not being interrogated. People are not being asked to prove that they really are sad, right? It is just assumed that people are telling the truth and they are sad, and you sort of go from there. You sort of dive into the sadness rather than try to sort of interrogate if the sadness is even real, right? I think it's a big thing that gender seems to be this exception to the medical practice, actually, that usually when you go to the doctor and say my throat hurts, the doctor will not interrogate if your throat hurt is real or not, you know? Or if you go to the doctor and say my stomach hurts, the doctor will not try to interrogate if your stomach really hurts. They just try to determine the cause of your pain.
Told my
So they assume that you are really in pain without sort of questioning it.
endocrinologist that I wanted to
Well, to be fair, in very backwards cultures, they do interrogate whether the oppressed people are actually sad. Yeah, but we're talking about a doctor, right? Like, we're talking about a psychologist that you go to with the problem. We're not talking about random people that you just talk about it on the street or tell them you're depressed and they say, you know, you should just, I don't know, whatever, be tough. We're talking about like real professionals that are there to help you, will not sort of interrogate you about actually being sad unless they're hacks. But within the psychological and psychiatrical communities, it is widely considered people that will try to interrogate you for being sad will widely be considered hacks. Well, that's not a thing in Poland, so. The US is a very weird country, okay?
to take estrogen.
In many regards.
You have my total attention now.
Especially when it comes to
Androgynous appearance, that was my
I'm not quite
fulfilling
sure
your
if I've got yours
obligation
though.
to allies.
immediately jump to like high doses of androgynous appearance. And they were just like, okay, that sounds good. We'll start you on
Let's
this
go for a
dose.
swim.
And that's it. This was not like a older doctor or endocrinologist. You know, what it looked like he was plugged in with this person's answers. He just I wanted to he trusted that I had taught him. You know, at that point he didn't have
That is a very US specific thing. That is not a thing in Poland. I assure you, that is not a thing in Poland. Doctors checking if you're not here for painkillers. That is so not a thing in Poland. I've only heard about this like from people in the US. The whole thing of doctors being mistrustful and thinking that patients just came for painkillers. Especially since when your throat hurts, usually the thing that you get is not even a painkiller necessarily. You get like a soothing thing that works on your throat and nothing else, not a painkiller. Oh. Jesus. Really? Yeah, it is playing. My stream is such a mess. I cannot hear this music from Tomb Raider. Like, for example, when I described my sort of experience of being in the hospital, someone from the US asked me how many people are just like, I don't know, people looking for painkillers or something, or addicts or something like that, that just came for medication or something. And that's not really a thing. Hello. That is not really a thing that happens. Like, all of the patients in the hospital in the mental ward were people with genuine mental problems. I mean, to be fair, an addiction is a genuine mental problem, so there's that, but okay, let me put it that way. People with addictions, because there actually were people that had addictions in the ward, they were not there to get medication, as in to feed their addiction. They were there to work on their addiction. Does that make sense? They were there to sort of, the doctors were there to also help them with their addiction. Because there was one person that was a very tough case. He had problems distinguishing between dreams and reality. And he also had problems with drugs. Well, now we're getting into a whole different topic. Ah, thank you. I failed. I keep killing the monster instead of getting it. Yep, interesting. Found a study from 2021. Apart from the British Isles and especially Scotland, there is no indication of an opioid crisis comparable to that in the US in the 19 European countries that were part of the study. Okay, I need to do this quest. I keep failing this quest. I keep killing the monster instead of capturing it. Also, maybe we should have a talk with Riverboat Jack. Riverboat Jack is streaming right now.
Trusted that I had talked to my psychologist, and I had, of course. But even if this were done on a,
Okay, I'm gonna take my HRT. Speaking of doses and how it should be done. Speaking of doses, there we go. Speaking of doses, like Moses. I look at I should just doing that quest instead of failing. Thank you. Thanks to this advice, I'm sure this time I'll do it. Thank you. Thank you. If I succeed in the quest now, it'll be solely thanks to you and your advice. I am sure otherwise I will fail.
What I argue for.
Can somebody go to Riverboat Jack's chat and ask her if she'd like to talk to me? Yeah, but I couldn't see it, Limp. That's the problem. Because the monster was standing still. Thanks for reminding me to take medical grade meth, Lucy. You're welcome. That's not even legal in Poland, by the way. I'm pretty sure. Medical drugs. Like medical weed is not medical grade meth. Thank you for giving me credit. The credit I'm well and truly due. True. True and real. Maybe I shouldn't take the food that maxes up my power. Who is Riverboat Jack? A streamer, a trans streamer. Not legal in Poland? No. Interestingly enough, about the drugs, in Poland, I chatted. Hello. Interestingly enough about drugs, when it comes to most drugs, as far as I'm aware from a legal standpoint, the use of drugs is not illegal. The possession of drugs is illegal. How is it in the US? Email Donald Tusk so Poland can get with the program. Wait, what do you mean? What's happening? Oh, Bluestone. I think you haven't been here from the beginning. But I've shown, I might do a little bit of a history thing about Donald Tusk. Because I've got a book from 2009 about Donald Tusk and Kaczynski. Huh? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Open River above. Did she like? Can you link? Hold on. We're gonna go to Riverboat Jack. Oh, there you go.
Folks, if you've been enjoying the stream, we've now been live for about an hour and a half.
Damn.
So please, please. God. So that's that's all I really have to say about that. I don't have like a message of like hope at the end of this, other than by saying that if we actually buckled down as like leftists and like threw ourselves into community organizing, into organizing for politics on like local and state levels, we could actually do something about this. You know,
Okay.
we could. I know the bar is so low it's in actual hell, but we could get legislation passed that would at the very least keep guns out of the hands of children. You know, I feel like that's a reasonable thing.
Get Ukraine aid.
And like, again, the bar is in hell. But
What are you gonna chat if you're attacking at United
if we
States?
organize together, if we build local and state level power, that's something we could change. You know? there's not a lot of hope in our current political landscape for that change, but that just means we have to work harder to make that hope. We have to work harder to open those
Yes.
doors, break through those windows.
Yes. Yes, she is.
And we can do that by organizing.
When is the part when
online,
you... Okay.
in person,
She gonna respond?
and then showing up when it matters. When it matters, when it comes to like
I wanna
local
show up
votes,
and
when
talk.
it comes to
Doesn't matter?
local hearings, when it comes to local protests.
I'm gonna protest.
Oh, Egghead, I would love to talk with Lucy Hayes, but on a
How's
different
that?
day because I'm
Oh.
currently operating on fumes and am very sick. So I'm doing
Oh.
the best with what I have, but a conversation is probably not something I am
Oh, no.
good for right now.
Okay.
But I've been talking with Somniostatic to set up a time
Debate.
for us to chat, Lucy and I. So just have Somniostatic hit me up. I know that Somniostatic watches a lot of Lucy's streams. Just have him respond to me on Twitter, and we'll figure something out.
Perfect. You heard it, Somniostatic. If you're here.
Or which is an informed consent thing, it's still the same thing. Doctor, listen.
The thing is reasonable. The method lacks monetary support. It's not always about organizing. I mean, you can organize funds. There are ways to organize funds as well.
As to what the needs of the patient are. The patient says, "Hey, my body."
Depending
is
on how
not,
many members you have in
working
your
for me in this way.
organization.
We have an easy way to fix it, or,
Yeah.
or a relatively yeah. So like,
I don't.
and-
Here's the thing. I don't really like. I don't even really disagree with that. I think
Yeah.
the point I would sort of
True.
make, right, is that like somebody who's arguing against this kind of stuff is going to say, right, why should I prioritize, for instance, having health insurance cover gender affirming care?
It always comes
if-
back to insurance. See, that's
I'm just
the
saying,
real
right? Like
question.
they're gonna debate that, and
The
you're
question
gonna, and I feel like
always
you're gonna,
the question always boils
Yeah.
down to insurance.
Yeah.
And
to me,
but
yeah,
that
to
but
me, yeah.
that's a pretty big thing because you see what this is
Mm.
where it's gone. We've left the realm of like ethics and we've gone into shit. Now we have to
here's
deal
the
with
thing.
insurance companies. And I hate
don't
to
think it
break this
has
to you,
to-
but
here's the thing, I don't-
insurance
I-
companies will do basically anything they can to
Not
get
to
out of
pay you.
paying for anything.
Yep.
And the answer is that
Yeah.
as a society, we need to move forward from insurance companies, but also as a society, the answer is not to like fearfully kowtow to their desires. And
here's
by the way,
yeah.
Like, for example, the kid in my family in Austin, I'm not sure how old the kid is. I'm not even sure if the word kid applies still. I'm pretty sure the word kid applies still. Like, has this rare medical condition, which I don't remember the name of or what the symptoms are. But I know that they basically have, like, some sort of super expensive insurance, and it still doesn't sort of adequately cover what the kid has. So the whole insurance thing in the US is a whole mess in and of itself, from what I'm hearing. I really wish YouTube would add the ability to link to a timestamp in an ongoing live stream. You sort of have that ability, no? You have that ability by adding timestamps in the description as the stream is going. You can create you can create timestamps in real time as the stream is going. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure you can do that.
before we go off this topic, and by the way, the current WPATH is a great example, but current standards of care already have moved past this conversation. If you go and look at the current like trans standards of care from basically any major medical organization at the current moment, they've already adopted basically my argument, which is to say, you don't have to admit to some sort of essential gender that you're trying to fulfill your soul. You just need to talk to your patient about what it is, and this will be covered under gender affirming care. And in most places, where like in most rational places, the state has already said gender affirming care is covered, and there's no more questions that need to be asked. The state has decided we're not going to cut down, we're not going to inject the state to try and do mathematics to figure out what people's actual gender is, because that's absurd.
Yeah.
This is
Right.
between a doctor and a patient, and if
True.
the doctor says we're prescribing estrogen for this person's gender, then that's it. It doesn't matter if they're non-binary, bunny, carrot,
Bunny, carrot.
or plain old classic woman. It doesn't matter.
Plain
It's
old
just-
I mean,
I'm a
doctor
plain
has
old
decided,
classic
patient
woman.
and doctor have come together and decided estrogen is the right path. There you have it. Bam.
I mean, I suppose in this respect, I mean, in the sense of saying like, okay, well, trans healthcare's moved past that. Like, if it had, I don't know a lot about like the specific details of like what the policy is right now. If that's the case, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, you
I
can
do
also
still hear
add the
people debate
timestamps in
about
the
this,
comments.
though, and I
Yeah, I
guess
forgot
at
about
the
that.
beginning, I know you brought up like, well, this comes
So
back
if
to
if
insurance.
anybody
right?
would like to
We
be
should
my
look at morality on
timestamper,
insurance. I would say that like,
that would be
yeah,
awesome.
like we should look at morality, but morality doesn't necessarily
Somebody
mean
would
that
like
this
to be a
question is invalid.
timestamper for
I only
those.
say that because
you misunderstand.
yeah.
I'm not saying we don't need to grapple with the insurance question and that it needs to be ignored. I'm just saying that it's a different question altogether. How you strong arm for-profit insurance companies to pay for insurance is not a question of whether or not we should
Us is our
whether
biggest
or not
muscle.
we should be like policing people's gender more. I feel like that's turning the question on its head. The obvious
yeah.
problem is that there's these giant corporations that get to decide to inject themselves between a patient and a doctor and decide what does and doesn't get paid for. That's the problem. And the answer is you fucking strong arm them. The answer is you say, you don't get to know this. This is between patient and doctor. State backs us up. Gender care is covered. If you don't like it, you don't get to do business here, and your competitors will win. And then guess what? They go, actually, sorry, we'll pay for the HRT because it's super cheap, actually. They always do. They have everywhere. This is how it is on the
no,
West Coast.
I'm not going to this
California,
monster.
Yeah.
Oregon, and Washington are all basically the same way, which is that you can be a
carrot.
xenogender, and your doctor can prescribe you HRT, and that fucking insurance company is going to pay their thing, or else they're not going to get their business license, their
Timur
insurance
Mama
license
said that we
renewed
mustn't.
in the state.
That they said
And
we
that's,
mustn't.
in my opinion, the better way to do it. That's how you deal with the
I
insurance
guess
question.
I guess what I mean to say, like, at least with what I just mentioned, I wasn't even meaning to go there. I was looking at it like this. Like, to me, I personally believe that if there were two people, one of them wants a cosmetic surgery just for like aesthetic purposes, like I want a straighter nose or
Oh,
something,
no.
right?
Sure.
And then someone else is trans, right? And they are like not like comfortable in their own body. They have certain like, to me, I personally think that there are grounds, like real grounds, and when I say real, I'm specifically referring to this like phenomenal reality of gender, the social reality of gender, right? I would say that there's real grounds to suggest that the person who is trans should have priority over getting the cosmetic surgery over somebody who is looking at it from I want to straighter
but you're
nose.
creating a
That depends. I mean, that first of all implies that there's some strict line in which people are waiting, and then there's this we take care of this patient first. That there's this shortage of surgeons being able to perform the nose thing. I don't think there's a huge shortage, at least in the U.S., of surgeons being able to sort of perform surgeries. That you have to prioritize one people over the other. The other thing is that people that want to do simple cosmetic surgery, quote unquote, often themselves suffer from certain I don't know. People often suffer some sort of distress if they want to go for cosmetic surgery. It's usually not just a whim. Oh, I'll just do a surgery on my nose because it's cool. Usually there's some sort of big insecurity, like, and psychological distress that is related to one's nose. No? Priority. I would say that I would think that they meant surgery, like the order in which the surgery is performed. We first perform the surgery on this person and then on that person, but that would indicate some sort of shortage in surgeons that are ready to do surgeries of that kind. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm
Creating
saying-
you're creating a conflict where there isn't one. There isn't a shortage of plastic surgery. and
Oh!
There isn't even a shortage of funds for plastic.
There we go. She just said what I said. There isn't some shortage of surgeons that you need to prioritize one group over the other. That is a really strange argument.
Plastic surgery.
Mm.
So that is it's you've invented you've pit two people against each other who aren't actually against each other.
Yeah.
Someone who wants to get a nose job because their appearance bothers them in one way or another is not at war with a trans person
yeah.
trying to get FFS. They're not at war. They're not in competition. It just isn't the
True.
way it is. It's not like there's like a
line.
huge battle to get a slot to get a nose job.
True.
So, like, nose jobs are fairly accessible in the United States. Yeah, I mean they're a little expensive, but still that's always what it comes back to in the U.S. is cash.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're not. There's no that conflict. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's a conflict you can imagine, but it's
Yeah.
it's ultimately imagined. And at the
I mean,
end of the day,
yeah.
but also at the end of the day, I think that we should, as a society together, be more open to embracing people's general need to have control over their body. And that doesn't mean that you wake up in the morning, you say I want a nose job, and then you get a nose job instantly. Obviously that's ridiculous. That's like that's not how it works. But
Yeah, yeah.
But I think we can acknowledge that it probably should be easier for people to be able to get
I
cosmetic
think we should let
surgery
that whole
at an
thing rest
affordable
now.
rate if they want it, and if they need it, and also that people should be able to access other options as well, because there's multiple sides to the cosmetic surgery thing. But I don't know. Like I
yeah,
do think
I
that
mean,
there's like a pressing need, but the pressing need is self-evident. Like a trans person says like, and not only this, but of course there's already existing science that shows that if somebody is like coming to you and they're like, here's the thing, if somebody is coming to you and going, I feel like I'm going to kill myself because my nose is something that I'm thinking about all the time and it makes me feel ugly and people are making fun of me or whatever, and like I feel like denying them that is probably not the right path. Like they probably have a good reason for saying that. I mean, if somebody had like a horrific
From what I know,
burn on
RGR
their
has been
face,
doing pretty
and they
good
said,
work
I
in
want to have
the real
cosmetic
world
surgery because this is impacting
recently.
my life. Most people would go, okay, yeah, you have a pretty pressing
Which
and
is
reasonable
important,
need for this.
you know?
And yeah, there's probably some cases that are less so than others, but there isn't like a scarcity at the moment. There's no scarcity of
Right,
these
there's no
things.
scarcity.
And I don't expect that there will be. I mean, the biggest scarcity that exists is one that really only trans people care about, which is, bottom surgery. Bottom surgery is scarce, and there's not many people seeking bottom surgery, even among the trans populace. Not, there's still a lot of people who don't decide to pursue it. And the reason it's scarce is because there's no education, because there's no doctors who have been taught how to do it, and because there's still pre-existing prejudices against doing it. So there's only a handful of doctors in the country that will do it. It's not like there's like random cis people who are like, today I want to go. I would love to get a free, extremely difficult and painful surgery to readjust my genitalia. That's not a thing, you know. So.
Well, I suppose then in this respect, like I guess given everything you said, I guess we don't really disagree. To be honest, maybe at all.
What's happening?
And I know it might sound controversial, like what the heck, but what about what you said? I guess to me, like when I brought up this sort of point,
heck?
it was not really even to say like, okay, there's this like real life
What
issue.
the hell is happening? What is happening? What the hell is happening? Suddenly I'm being assaulted by the Blizzard updater that keeps asking me if I want to update over and over and over again.
issue where like this is happening. It's more so like it's kind of like how when you debate with abortion, they'll always like I've seen this a lot where I'll debate people about abortion and they'll talk about, oh, what about when the fetus is like 2 weeks from coming out and it's conscious and it's a subject human being, and then you look at the data and it's like that's like basically never the case.
Right.
People are not usually having abortions at that point. But at the end of the day, right, like if you are engaging in a debate, if you are engaging in like an argument, then that may come up, right? And it's not to say that it's like that, even those like 5
Yeah,
people where it
lizard
matters.
updater.
Same thing with transports. People talk about transports all the time, and it's like,
Sure,
how
but-
frequent is this
So what's the
even,
so,
right?
So what's
So, yeah.
to draw the parallel? Okay,
Yeah.
so
Leave
like
me
to
alone,
draw the
Lizard.
direct parallel.
Haven't been
so
even
what if
using your
somebody
stuff
wants
lately.
to get
Or for a long time for
nose
that matter.
job, and they want to get a nose job so bad that they've discussed it with their
Oh.
doctor multiple times, and they've done, they've demonstrated a need and a want, and they've expressed their so cover their nose job.
Yeah, I mean, in this respect,
Okay.
you recognize. Yeah, in this respect, though, like all I
Seems
would
like
say
that's
is
the
like in
easy
this,
answer.
yeah,
Like,
but I mean,
yeah.
in this case, though, we recognize that we should affirm this because we recognize that there is like a need there that is a real need, right?
Right.
And I think that I maybe just
What is a false
misinterpreted you,
need?
to be honest,
Mm-hmm.
because I think that I had gotten the impression from other debates, and could be my fault, that
Okay.
there was like I felt like there's like a certain level of like, I guess, saying like, oh, but the phenomenal part doesn't matter. Ignore the phenomenal part. Ignore the reality. I say reality part. I don't even mean reality part in the sense of like there being trans people, but the reality that like being trans is something that is like more than just a sort of trivial. It's like people will sometimes, especially on the conservative side, they'll argue like people just wake up one day and they're like, oh, I think girls are cool. I'm gonna call myself a girl, right? Like
Yeah,
that's
but
like
they're
the
just- they're
argument. That's
just
the straw man,
insane.
right?
Like
Yeah.
they're just insane.
Yeah,
and
but
like,
yeah.
you can't. You become stupid if you let the terms of your thought be dictated by stupid people. And like,
True.
and that's the problem that I think happens all the time, is that there's a lot of cowardice. And part of the reason for this is that like conservatives like to talk a big game. They like to be very loud and violent, and
And they
angry
don't
and
even
whatever.
care
But
about
their
what they
arguments
talk
suck,
about.
and they
The
fall apart
border
very
being
quickly.
the big
they have
example.
to strong arm their way and intimidate their way.
They claim to care about
into
it, but
power, and we don't win by letting them do that. When it comes to gender, it's like, okay, so they're like, oh
Or
yeah, well,
Ukraine, eh?
what if somebody just wants to wake up in the morning and be a woman? Okay, so they want to be a woman, and they're like, oh, so you think they should just get their like genitals cut up? No, I don't think that's the case. They probably would have to talk to a doctor who'd be willing to do that, and then they're like, okay, and then you go, yeah, okay. So they really, if they feel a pressing need to change
Okay,
their body
yeah,
in that way,
okay.
they should be able to go talk to that doctor. That doctor is an expert and will know the risks and will be able to sit down and talk with them about it. And there's probably in any world there will be a process for this. And if there's and then sometimes they'll go really crazy and they'll come up with some crazy fantasy, and you just tell them you're engaging in some kind of weird fantasy. I don't know. You want to tell me you want to imagine there's like some creepy Ripper doc that's like making money. Like, okay, there's other ways to deal with that problem. That's not really has anything
True.
to do with trans people. Trans people have a need they're trying to have met. You're trying to stop them from that on behalf of a fictional book that you're writing. You know what I
True.
mean? And I feel like it's important to be able to resist
Yeah.
that and not fall onto their terms because of like a fear of them coming up with a argument that like is like a shitty gotcha. Their shitty gotchas are really weak most of the time, and they don't actually convince
Yeah.
most people. Like
I mean,
the
maybe-
scientific community
maybe-
isn't convinced
yeah.
by this.
Maybe,
It's,
yeah.
it's purely political.
I guess maybe we have maybe a slight difference then, just in terms of how we're viewing it. Like the way I see it, right? Like
Mhm.
I see if somebody brings up a straw man of like a trans issue
Mhm.
case, right? Like
Sure.
I see it as just like, okay, well, it's not hard to argue that there's a real reality, like phenomenal reality that like
As
leads to
opposed
people
to
having
fake
like extreme
reality.
like, like literally people killing themselves because
Sure.
they don't have like the gender affirming care they need. And I can pull
Right.
up studies
But
and
that's
all
also
that stuff.
true.
But the point,
And
yeah,
that's true for
but- yeah.
non-binary people. That's true even for xenogender people. There are people who use neopronouns. That is still a true reality, and they can articulate it, and they do very well. It's just that conservatives want you to buy that some types of trans people are, because they seem a little more complicated, or they seem a little more, I don't know, maybe in some cases even cringe or whatever, that
Cringe.
means that their case is somehow worse, but it isn't. It's the same, and they're able to articulate it to the same degree.
I don't want to
yeah, so
kill
it's
it
just
this
like-
and
time.
the
The problem,
being
something
delicate.
I wanted to say real quick is just that like There's a reason why I call myself a gender ascensionist, you know, because I think that like that phenomenon you're talking about of like, well, people are talking about something when they say woman. Yeah, obviously they're saying a word for a reason, but the problem with woman and the problem with gender as it exists currently in our society is it's fucking nonsense. Like I said, everybody means something different.
I should
and
debate
everybody
Demon
has a
Mama. Should I?
completely different,
Chat?
you
Should
know,
I debate Demon
threshold
Mama?
for what womanhood means to them and what they define a woman as. And if you're trans, you get this experience all the time because you will be, you know, sometimes, some people, depends on your experience, I guess, but most trans people, at least in some point during their transition, will have the
now I
experience
can
of
use
being
the
gendered
thing.
one way 1 minute
Come on,
and then
let's go
being
with
gendered
something.
another way within minutes. And you have no idea necessarily why people gender you one way or the other.
Let's go.
You can have suspicions, whatever. There are trends, but there's no consistency. And I think that we should move beyond gender as a meaningfully determinative part of our lives. Like, people should be able to express themselves, and we should, and as
Oh
it
my God,
exists
it's
right
so
now,
fast
we have to
even
contend with the
when
fact that a
something-
lot of our society currently uses terms like man and woman, and they use them in pretty weird ways, and sometimes very restrictive ways. And the way that we deal with that is by saying maybe we don't need to participate in having such strict definitions of man or woman. Maybe we should allow people to identify as they desire, because that's all that we can know anyway.
Can
and
you-
then we should sort of move to,
Okay.
you know, understanding people in better
Yeah.
terms.
Yes!
That's,
Yeah.
that's
did
my
it.
I
reason,
guess, yeah,
you know?
and I guess
Debater. How
I
about
think
what?
we've had, I think, a good conversation so far.
Mhm.
I feel like I have ideas of things I might want to bring up, but I don't want to take up too much time. But I will say, at least
You've
for me, I
taken
think
up
at a
enough.
certain level, and I'm just going to throw this out there, not necessarily
There's
saying
still
like,
a lot
there's
left.
plenty of arguments you could give against it. But I do think that there's at a certain level, like you don't fully understand yourself. The way when I say that, what I mean in this sense, right? Like and I don't mean to make this like, I'm not trying to say that this is like the same thing as trans, so like don't take this as that's what I'm saying, right? But if we consider the case of somebody who is like a narcissist, like clinical narcissist, right? They have a conception of themselves, and the reason we call it narcissism is that their recognition of themselves is not correct or accurate to their actual real behavior, their way they treat people, the way they view things, right? It's like if somebody, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
and,
but
and this isn't to
we
say-
enter into very murky territory because
I
ultimately,
understand, and I'm not
like
trying to
very
say
murky
that.
territory
yeah.
because like
I'm not
again,
trying to, I'm not
I
trying
mean-
to say that like we should look at trans like the same way, definitely not. But my only point really is to say that like when we're talking about different examples of like need, like you brought up somebody who is suicidal about how their nose looks. Well, at the end of the day, like it's that person's experience that we have to figure out at some level, at somehow, if
Sort
we're going to
of.
appropriate their need versus someone
Sort
else's
of.
needs
Right.
versus someone else's needs. And we can argue like, is it scarce? Is it not scarce? I think a lot of the problems with scarcity are really economic problems with like how capitalism works,
Sure.
right? But at the end of the day, like I just think that like there is a value, and this is why I say I don't think we really disagreed much at the end
I
of the
mean,
day,
Polish
because
is
you did
super-
affirm like pretty strongly like that sort
Polish
of
is
phenomenal
super
side, which I
gender.
didn't. I guess I probably just misinterpreted sort of what you had said, at least in that long ago debate. But I think that there's like a genuine value in looking at that sort of phenomenal side, even if it's hard to like define, just because of the fact that it allows us to better understand like what's happening when people are having those experiences. Again, we can say, is it ever like possible ideally? Of course not. But I think at a certain
I feel
level,
like we're getting a little
you know what I
vague
mean?
here because I don't know. Like, first of all, I mean, I've never, I'm a trans woman who's transitioned. I've gotten bottom surgery. Like, I've been through a lot of this stuff. Like, obviously, I very much recognize and regularly, constantly, more than I even ever talk about, like self ID. More than anything else, I advocate for people being able to get care. I just don't think that one thing that I think should be shared between the person getting the nose job and trans people is that neither of them should be pushed to suicide
True.
to try and prove that they need something.
Yeah. True.
That people should be more compassionate and understanding, and the reality is that
Yeah.
the medical structures that currently exist, even in our fucked up society, already recognize that.
Yeah.
It's already in
I mean,
place.
in a sense,
People
in a
acknowledge
sense,
that it shouldn't be like that.
in a
And-
sense, I do get
yeah.
I do get where you're coming from, in the sense of like there's this idea of like trying to argue for the reality of being trans, but at the end of the day, in a way, being trans is not the issue. It's how seriously people are taking what that
Learning
means
languages
to
is
be,
great.
right? People will take something like, "Oh, I'm suicidal," right? More like seriously, more so like especially like if they get conservatives, right? Like if you say like I'm getting bullied at school and I'm suicidal, they're more likely to take that as like, okay, you need medical help versus somebody
No,
who's
they're
trans.
not.
They're gonna
Oh,
say,
absolutely
you don't think
Nope.
so?
not. Conservatives
Conservatives?
are absolutely
No.
not. No, they don't give a fucking shit.
Okay.
And I
True,
know
they
this
don't.
firsthand. I lived within
Okay.
the depths of conservatism.
They
They don't
don't
give a
care.
fucking shit about that. In fact, they're
Yeah.
doing. They are constantly doing everything they can to cut counselors out of school, to tell kids to get tough. If you can just
True.
go sit through some conservative content, you can listen to the way they talk about kids expressing their feelings, like. The way they talk about children, they're like, you kids need to toughen up, and then they cite that weak men make make weak
Oh my God.
bad times make
I
strong
cannot
men. That's their
believe
whole,
that they
that's like
I-
one of
I-
their
yeah.
attitudes.
thing.
In
They don't
this
believe in
respect,
any of that.
yeah.
You
In
can't
this
actually appeal to
yeah.
their humanity in that way. It doesn't actually work.
In
They're,
this respect,
yeah.
we maybe it's better to maybe then in this case put it as more of those like centrists, where it's like they're sympathetic to right-leaning views. Maybe they think transgenderism is like nonsense, right? But they do still care about like kids. The idea to me is that if you can convey because that's the thing. At the end of the
Yeah,
day,
but it's
the
so
people who are
easy
saying,
to talk to a
know
centrist
what I mean?
by just being like, okay, so a centrist comes up and goes, yeah, well, okay. First of all, a lot of the centrists that you're talking about, the
Oh,
ones
you
who are
want
gonna
me
go,
to do
yeah,
Yiddish
well,
streams
what about
with
if
pleasure.
so if I want to get a nose job so that my nose looks like the Who's from Whoville, you think I should be treated the same as a trans woman? Those people are in bad faith. They're not actually centrist. They're fucking conservatives, and they're too cowardly to actually say it. They want to pull one over on you.
Yeah.
But a real centrist goes, oh, I don't really know about this trans stuff. You go, hey, imagine if you had something with your body that made you feel like shit. Like imagine if tomorrow you just like say
Everything.
you're talking to a guy,
Yeah.
a cis guy who's who's doesn't understand and they're a centrist. You go, hey,
Not everybody can have a beautiful body with a nice
you
round
woke up
butt.
tomorrow and you had gynecomastia. A hormone thing that was out of your control made you wake up in the morning and you were developing like large breasts and you didn't like it. That might make you feel uncomfortable, right? They'll go, yeah, sure. Don't you think you should be able to go to your doctor and say, hey, help me with this? And your doctor should be able to prescribe you, hormones and maybe even a surgery to help you. And they'll go, yeah, actually, that makes sense to me. That's the entire trans conversation in a single bundle. That's how you can win over a centrist. You don't have to do, but the reality is that a lot of the people that you're talking about aren't actually centrists. They're conservatives trying to fucking take advantage of your desire to be, amicable and whatever, to try and push a conservative worldview, to get you to otherize the ones that they think are too bad, while ultimately holding a knife behind their back, ready to kill the rest of the trans people that they don't
True.
like. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and to be fair, like what you just brought up, right? Like in a way, like to me, even the argument you just made, like,
Yeah.
I guess I don't view, like, sure, maybe my, like, the way I'm presenting this is, like, more complicated than it needs to be. From an activism perspective, it might not even be as effective. But at the end of the day, like, even the argument you did just make, like, I see that is an effective argument because it allows that person to sort of place themselves in the shoes of a trans person, more or less, and recognize the real phenomenal experience. And again, I say real. I've seen some people in the chat were like confused. When I say real, I just mean that it is like you are experiencing it. It is like phenomenal. Like, and when I say phenomenal, like you can look it up, whole philosophical thing.
Yeah,
I'm really into
I just
German
wonder
idealism.
where where the like where the concept that there was no acknowledgement of the real, like, I don't know where
That's
it came from,
nonsense.
the idea that nobody was
I
engaging
do tend
in.
to
That's what
speak in
most people
nonsense.
are engaging in. Like, I don't know. I guess I've never heard even I've never even heard the most extreme Tumblr xenofeminist say, pretend that there's no like real experience that's being had.
I think the reason maybe I interpreted it this way, at least in the Vosh debate, I know Vosh at certain points in
Vaush.
time was trying to argue that like gender was just a descriptive word, like it was a sign for a signified. So like the idea was like I say that's a rock, right? And he was trying to say that gender is just a word we use to designate that's a rock. But if you take that,
it is
but,
though.
I mean
It's a
that's
loaded
that's
word,
fine,
but
right?
It is. Yeah.
But here's the thing, like he said that, but then in the next breath said that we don't need to have like a specific definition of rock. It can mean whatever we want it to be. To me, I felt like it's like, well, those two lines of thought, like at least on their own, contradict, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
really.
okay,
I'll be
if I
honest,
were
I
to
don't
say,
really.
it's okay. If I were to say,
Um,
right, like a rock is whoever identifies as a rock, and it means nothing other than I
well,
identify
are we
as that.
talking about the
But
actor
then you
now?
say
The
that's a
Rock?
rock without that person identifying that they are a
The
rock.
Rock?
Those two definitions aren't equivalent. Do you get what I'm saying? There's a word
Yeah, I
for
just don't
like
get
it's
how it
like an
applies, I
object.
guess.
It's an yeah. It's like there's a term for it that is an object that references, or at least there's the word as it
Yeah, but
references
with
an
gender, we're
object,
not
and there's a
talking
word
about
as it references
we're
a
talking
conception.
about we're talking about a clash between well, I mean, we're dealing with lots of incoherencies in the first place with gender at all, and we're talking about the difference between you giving an identity to an object that has no ability to speak for itself because it isn't a sentient being, and a construct that can only exist, arguably only for humans, as far as we know. Like, as far as we know, like, most animals don't seem to have a concept
Want to
of
be
gender the way
philosophers?
we
They're
do.
still
They
philosophers.
don't
Yeah.
even, most of them don't even have a concept of
Dwayne
sex.
The
They're, like,
Rock
they're
Johnson.
looking for,
True.
I don't know. They operate
I
with totally
identify
different
as
ways
The Rock.
of identification and whatnot. But, they certainly don't have it in the way we do. So we're talking, like, gender is only relevant socially. It doesn't matter any other way. Like, in the void of needing to identify yourself as anything, you just are yourself, and you pursue what you want for yourself, whatever path it takes you to get there. Like, so I don't understand exactly what the application here is, or where the problem is arising. Because for me, it's just like, yeah, if a woman is the only coherent and functional definition that I've ever really been able to come up with for womanhood is, somebody who identifies as a woman. It's somebody who includes themselves in the extremely broad category of woman, and they choose to identify that way. That's the only real workable way that we find this word. And also, that's exactly why I am a gender ascensionist. Some people call that abolitionist, because I think that that's like it doesn't mean much. It doesn't tell us much about people. And if you actually look into the reasons why it matters so much, they're almost all bad. The reason why, like, womanhood matters so much is because we have a society that is striated, but that is cleft in two, and that people are forced into different behaviors on lines of an arbitrary thing that was built off of crude observations of sexual dimorphism, extremely crude, I should say, and that were then built into religious texts and then found their way by tradition baked into society. I find that to be a pretty bad reason to like hold on to those types of things, So I think we should move beyond it and just find better ways of things of fixating on. And like, that's not to say there's not gonna be any gender terms. I just think they shouldn't mean that much,
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think in many respects, like, I think they are remnants of a form of social control, right? Like, at least as they exist now.
Of course.
And that's just honestly, like, I know you said you prefer to be a gender ascensionist. I think I definitely do think that's a good way to go, especially compared to like gender abolitionism. Not to say that like I think people who are gender abolitionists, they're going into it from like, I would say, a good place, but I do think at a certain level the social structures are how we make sense of ourselves. It's how we develop a concept of self, right? Like, we're engaging with these means of understanding each other, and it's how we engage with those that we develop self, especially one that we can explain like in words, right? It's why like nobody's out here saying like we need to get rid of the word extrovert and introvert. We need to remove them. Nobody's saying that, right? Because there's no.
But that's because they're not loaded to the same degree. And I mean, some people will
They are a bit
regularly
loaded,
criticize
actually.
like
They
usually
are a
not
bit
to the same
loaded.
level of intensity, but we'll criticize the fact that like this introvert extrovert thing is just a very silly way of trying to categorize people. It doesn't actually mean anything. It's like, I don't know. It'd be like, I don't know. It's kind of like gender is kind of like trying to split the world into like people who play on Xbox versus people who play on PlayStation. In fact, I think the PlayStation Xbox war is probably more meaningful and more easy to like
Is
to
it?
like categorize than gender is. Gender is a mess. And so yes, we build our identities with garbage. Like, that's how we move through the world, and it's filthy, and there's all kinds of things that messy, fucked up religions and bad concepts and things that don't actually make much sense, but that we didn't have the intellect or whatever, or the insight at the time to know that they didn't make sense. We build with trash, but some trash is radioactive, and we should probably work towards getting rid of the radioactive trash, or at least encourage people to rethink it. And I feel
Or we
that
will
way about
end up
gender.
with
And I
an
think that, like, in
apocalypse
our
world
current
with huge bugs.
parameters, the way to do that is to acknowledge the simple fact that nobody here can come up with a definition of woman or man that's going to do any justice to the actual reality
I can.
of the people who assume that identity. So we should just leave it up to the people. That's why
I can. I have the perfect
stand
definition.
by self-ID so much.
Yeah.
It's just,
Actually.
I don't see any reason for us to try and do it any other way.
I do have
Yeah,
the
I mean,
perfect
yeah.
definition.
I think
If you're
I think
interested
maybe
in hearing.
in this respect, like just thinking about like our conversation that we've had so far, I think maybe I am like being too good faith with conservatives
Yeah.
or even people who are more centrist trying to argue. I think
There are a lot of
Yeah.
so-called centrist communities who aren't really as centrist
evil.
as they
Rats are
actually
evil.
are, especially when it comes to
Bastards.
gender. And they
Rats
if you
are such
interrogate them
bastards,
a little
evil.
bit, you'll realize they have a lot of
Yeah.
weird positions.
Evil rats.
You see this a lot with the
They used to bite my
neopronouns and
electricity cables
xenogender
in my
discourse,
building
where
and
if you
caused
drill down
blackouts.
into it, you realize they're
Evil rats.
they're actual positions. If interrogated at all, they know how to do the dance to say, like, to appear as though they're like a progressive. They'll be like, yeah, I think trans people should be able to get the medical treatment they need. And then you drill down and ask them why they think that, and they basically have like a mixture of very from innocuous but like poorly structured to outright transphobic reasonings behind what they say. The reason that they're so fixated on neopronouns or xenogenders is because of a actual fundamental transphobia, that they don't believe that people get to, like, that people have a say in who they are. They don't believe that trans people are what they say they are. They're trying to placate trans people, and they're willing to accept placation to a certain degree, but the neo-pronouners go too far.
Let me see. Let me look at your definition and judge it. My definition of woman, anything that sets off my neural cluster associated with my schema of woman, you can make it objective by making me the sole arbiter. Bing, bang, boom. Blackouts are rat logic. Listen, I have a better definition. A woman is basically somebody that is like Lucy. Basically somebody like Lucy. That's... Yes. Oh. Oh my gosh. I didn't know you could do that. Oh. I had no clue. Okay, I'm gonna try this later. Damn. My piggy. That's just my definition, but in reference to your schema. That's not true. My definition is objective. And yours is incorrect.
And I find those to be like that type of person to be a, like, what the wolf in sheep's clothing, so to say. They're the conservative masquerading as a centrist.
Yeah, I think that, and I think maybe even the points that I bring up, they may only apply to like a very like relatively minor group, in the sense of, like, for instance, like, I'll tell you this, like, I just, like, on a more personal, like, I grew up with tons of like religious trauma. Basically, I was like fundamentalist Muslim household.
Yeah.
But even then, it was like more Christian evangelical because my parents were converts. It's really weird, to be honest, like, situation my parents had. But I think that, like, I definitely kind of developed a kind of like cynicism towards a lot of religion in general. I ended up getting into philosophy, and I've met a lot of people even now where it's like,
True.
I think that they do genuinely go in with good faith with a lot of things. They've got this very long, complicated metaphysical argument for this and that, and why they think the Trinity is true, yada yada
And
yada.
that is why
and I think with many of these people, especially,
30,000 people
it doesn't even
watching
necessarily
me
have to be these people. I mean, I meet some people who are into psychology, and they're convinced that, like, gender is right, like, the relevant part of gender, it's a remnant of like essentially like sexuality or something, right? The point is, right, like there's a lot of people
I'm
who I
sexy.
think will operate within like certain theories, and we can say like, well, how reliable is that really, right? Are we 100% sure that this is like exactly the whole picture? Totally totally reasonable, no
Sure.
issues with that. But I think at least with these people, like I think it can be, I get the impression that like really focusing on this sort of phenomenal aspect can be genuinely possible, like progressive.
Well, sure.
Like, yeah,
I
I
mean,
know a guy.
and I think that's
yeah,
fine. I just think that you know,
Yeah.
you got to be cognizant of the framing, and also
Yeah.
you don't want to, like I said, you don't want to give up, like in the name of like coming to like, I don't know, of like matching someone's framing. You don't want to give up like truth, you know. And yeah, I do
Yeah.
think that there's tons of people who have real questions about it, but I don't think it's as
Yeah.
I don't
There's-
think it requires like minimizing or cutting down or even you know, negating the experiences of people who you know, who like
Yeah.
non-binary people or whatever, or
Yeah.
people who may not
True.
or who people whose gender situation might be a little harder to articulate. The great example, my partner Doe uses its pronouns.
Doe.
Not xenogender. That's not what it you know, it's ever never actually used that term for itself. Other people often use it, but and when asked
Should
to
Lucy
talk about
talk
its
to
gender,
Doe?
in a video that
Would
Cherry
you like me
recently
to
did,
talk to
gave
Doe?
an unbelievably cogent and insightful you know, description
bean.
of its gender path that I
want
think
to talk to
would,
Doe.
would satisfy any good faith inquiry, but
Yeah.
nobody cares about that, and nobody did when Doe
Yeah.
when Doe was I mean, some
Doe.
people care about it. Good people do, but
Yeah.
what I'm talking about, the people you're talking.
yeah,
Some of the people
yeah.
you're talking about don't. The people who are engaging in a lot of this don't give a shit. They will just project whatever thing is whatever
Yeah.
framing is most convenient onto it, and then they'll assume what its feelings are. And I think there's a lot of assumptions that happen in this.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean,
not to
yeah.
rush or anything, but we have been going considerably over time, and
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
my
want to
bad.
wait. It's fine.
No,
it's a
it's
great
it's
conversation.
okay. Yeah.
And
It-
ultimately, it
I
falls on me,
do-
but I don't want to make my team
Yeah.
mad.
No, I do. It was a good conversation. I appreciate it.
Oh
I'm in
my
the
god, the
Discord
egg
if
broke.
anybody- Like I
Should
said, I am very
kill those
busy, but
bastards
if
first.
anybody wants to message me, maybe I don't know, maybe we can put something in the
Oof,
debate hall,
I'm
the
gonna
Lake
kill
of
you all.
Fire. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, thank you so
But,
much for calling
yeah.
in. It was a great conversation. I
You're
really
gonna
enjoyed
die
talking
now.
with you, and I'm glad we got to have a friendly debate slash discussion. I quite enjoyed it a lot. Thank you so much for calling in.
Likewise.
Does it
Take
want to
care.
talk
Great
to
night.
me? I want to talk
Bye.
to it,
Bye.
but does it want to talk to me?
All right. That was a good convo.
It was a bad convo. I'm a contrarian at heart. Like, comment, and subscribe. True. Like, comment, and subscribe on my videos. Inhumane. What is being inhumane? Maybe we should just go to segments. Maybe I should just do my job for once in my life. In my life. In my life. Burp. Burpchen, burpchen. Oh no, you bastards. You're blocking the way. But you might my egg. No, don't go for my egg. You cannot have my egg. You bastards. If you break my egg, I'm gonna lose it. Literally. I'm gonna lose the egg. Okay, go it. Ah, safe. Safe in the base with the egg. I just to get one more. One more egg. One moment. We're gonna do the full screen thing for now. And then we're gonna go to more substantive. We're gonna go places. Or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna kill them. Save the egg, true. There's a Japanese game, an RPG, in which the main antagonist of the whole game was an egg. The egg was the main antagonist of the game, and the final boss was the egg. Was actually a pretty difficult RPG game. And it was pretty hilarious that an entity that controlled, because the game was sort of structured like a historical a historical sort of record. You went through history, you started with a character and you finished the game with his granddaughter. And it was quite interesting that to me that the main mover and shaker of history was an egg that you needed to defeat at the end of the game. Beat the egg. The evil egg. Of course, that it was a little bit more complicated than that, but at the end of the day, the main antagonist of the game was the egg. What's funny? I defeated the egg. There were some reviewers of the game that gave up because the game was too tough. The game was too difficult for them. Weaklings. Sounds evil. Do you remember the name? I'm interested in the evil egg. The game. Oh God, I'm gonna murder you. You want a piece of me, mother quackers? The name of the game is Saga Frontier 2. I can show you actually. I'm gonna show you in a minute. It's a very like fantasy game, sort of posh fantasy game, as I call it. It's about a world where everything is sort of based on mana. Everything is based on magic. Wars are based around magic because people infuse magic into wooden and stone weapons. And the king of a country, it starts with a war in which a king of a country wins the war, or rather lets the enemy go because his son is born, Gustav. But as it turns out, Gustav is born without any anima, as it's called, I think, any sort of magic inside of him. And so the king declares that his son is worth less than a rock because even rocks have magic in them, and his son doesn't. So his son is worth less than a rock, and he banishes Gustav from the kingdom, and that is basically the start of the game. The banishment of Gustav that establishes the era of steel, because it is, as it turns out, steel is actually immune to magic. So Gustav ends up taking back his kingdom and establishing the era of steel. Pretty cool, huh? I'm gonna show you the game. And then it turns out that there are certain forces behind the scenes that want to kill off humanity and take over the world. And the main antagonist, the main boss of them is the egg. And they do not like that there is a person that established the era of steel. I'm just gonna show you now. I'm gonna show you now. It's a very nice, it's a very beautiful game visually, by the way. It has tons of hand-drawn backgrounds and stuff like that. Okay, I'm gonna show you. And it has a very nice soundtrack as well, a nice piano soundtrack. Wow. Squaresoft, yes. It was Squaresoft before the merger with Enix. It was a Squaresoft game before the merger with Enix. Mow him down! Damn, what language? Can you click? Click! Click the dialogue. Click the dialogue. Come on. We're looking at some very slow gameplay, okay? Hold your ground. See, they're imbuing their weapons with magic. Fight to the end. Charge. No, this one's just a video. I'm showing you a game. I'm showing you an old game that has a nice plot. Good. Pursue the Marquis of Otto's army at once. Your Majesty, Her Highness Sophie has safely given birth. Was it a boy or a girl? He's a very healthy heir, Your Majesty. Good work, Sophie. The pursuit is cancelled. We're returning to Thermes. Marquis de Otto, be grateful that my son was born. Long live King Gustav! Hurrah! An heir was born. It's a really nice game, actually, this game that we're watching now. As you can see, it's very artsy. Welcome home, my lord. Have you returned safely? Yes, and how is your health? Both the child and I are fine. I shall bestow upon you my name and the name of my ancestors, Gustav. You will be Gustav the 13th, become a great man. A man who will not disgrace our name. Okay, now I have to show you the ceremony thing. That will sort of... Because you don't get the full thing here, if you don't know... Okay, let me get the music to be quieter in the game here. Oh, there you go. See, it's like choose the day. Oh, there we go. The downfall of the rise of Prince Gustav. So let's go. Gustav is born. Continue the game. Gustav exiled. Gustav exiled. Choose Gustav exiled. Choose Gustav exiled. Bastard. Gustav reaches 7 years of age. It's too loud. Even I can recognize it's too loud. This is Gustav. One of them is Gustav. Now he's just a madman. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, switch screen. You're right. Ugh, I apologize. Okay, one more time. Let's try this one more time. What? Well, okay. I apologize. I'm sorry. I fail as a streamer, as always. I cannot even show you the game correctly. One of them is Gustav. And there's a doggy here. Told you the game has a very posh atmosphere about it. How long is this gonna take? There's a preparation for a special ceremony. Oh, there we go. The subtitles. Today is the day Gustav... It goes too fast. Oh my god, it goes too fast. It goes too fast, I'm sorry. Today is the day Gustav... Oh my god! Or maybe I just read too slow. Today is the day Gustav attempts the firebrand ceremony. The castle is turned upside down with preparations for the ceremony to begin. Firebrand, the ancestral quell of the Eugen family. As its name suggests, it responds to the anima of fire. Upon reaching 7 years of age, the prince undergoes a ceremony to test whether he is worthy to wield firebrand and become heir to the throne. So it basically reacts to the magic within a child. Like this. What's wrong? Concentrate. Focus your anima into the sword. How could this be? That is not our child. I want you to forget about it. It? Are you speaking of Gustav? You cared for him so much. Only the ceremony did not go well. Only. Anima wasn't even drawn from him when they touched the firebrand. Common trees, grass, and even rocks have anima. He's less than a rock. I had high hopes for him. That is why I feel so betrayed. It is unforgivable. It is not permissible for a member of the royal family not to have anima. He will be banished. Even though he may not have the power of the anima, Gustav is still a living being. I have given birth to him. I have nursed him, and I have raised him. He may only be an heir to you, but to me he is the son to whom I have given life. I cannot just throw him away. Then you too. Calm down a bit, so quick. Then you too will leave with that refuse. Let us go. Mama. Abandoned child. You good for nothing. Forgive me, Your Highness. This is the best helps in this area. Thank you. I know you've done all you could. What should we do now? And that is the story of Gustav, the person that will create the era of steel. How do you like them apples? The era of steel. Ah, how wonderful. How wonderful indeed. I think we've done our... Unless there's something... Oh, there is something interesting, but I don't want to really... Oh, damn. I don't really wanna... Yeah, let's just go to the segments now. Mute tab. Unmute tab. Oh. Destiny plus Loner on the future on Israel-Palestine discourse. Where do we go from here? But is he gonna talk to Destiny in this? Hold on.
Peace with the Palestinians.
I think that there has to be an emerging leader from after the Arabic coalition. Some sort of movement between...
Okay. He looks nervous. Lonerbox looks nervous. That's very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Okay. Okay, alright. I am ready and prepared. What have I got here? gonna save the game. Oh yeah, take it all. I'm gonna save Monster Hunter, Monster Hunter, and I'm gonna change the title or something. The title has been an old title for far too long. Yeah? You like the game, Saga Frontier 2? It's a nice game. It's quite difficult though. Fair warning, this game is not an easy game. And there are a couple of reasons for this. It's not a simple game. It's quite a big difficulty level. Okay. What have I got for you, for all of you, today? I have prepared some things for you. I do want to talk about this. Here, we're going to talk about some things from the Polish perspective. I'm gonna go to the toilet. Okay, we're gonna start with a light topic. The best topic of the day. I'm gonna be right back. Hello. So, now we're gonna discuss important topics. We're getting into the segments, so things are now getting super serious. No more haha, hee hee, giggly things. Moving forward today, it's only serious business. So serious topics, okay? No laughing matter anymore. We're not laughing anymore. Now we're just crying and now we're just gonna be unhappy about the state of the world and the state of our respective countries. And we're gonna be sad about how bad things are going. Or are we? I am a citizen of Warsaw. Warsaw is the capital of Poland. And one district of Warsaw in Poland is called Żoliborz. Żoliborz. Remember the name, because Żoliborz is about to become a place of importance. And there's a very, very important reason for that. A very important geopolitical reason, a very important foreign relations reason, I would argue. It's Żoliborz is about to become a very important place on the international stage. And there's a very, very important reason for that. The reason is, and bear with me, the reason is because Żoliborz has chosen a new promotional gadget, a mascot, if you will. Okay? The gadget, the mascot is a rubber duck. A rubber duck is the new symbol of a Warsaw district. Yay! I always suspected. I always knew that Żoliborz would make the right choice. Oh yeah, I have to change the title, don't I? I'm gonna exaggerate the title for, I'm gonna exaggerate the title. Edit. A duck is the symbol of Warsaw. There you go. Changed. Nice. We got it. We got it. We've changed the title. Finally, Lucy represent exactly, right? Exactly. I have to change it on Twitch as well. Gosh. I'm gonna waste so much time on streams just changing titles. Done. Changed title. Let's read. Let us read the article. And by that, I mean I must read it and translate it to you. Żoliborz with a new gadget, promotional gadget. It is a rubber ducky. The Żoliborz district has gloated about its newest promotional gadget. By the decision of the local government of the district, a yellow rubber ducky became the new promotional gadget. It is an atypical gadget, and a lot of people think of the leader of the Law and Justice when they think of the ducky, because the leader of Law and Justice just happens to have the word duck in his surname, which sometimes made me question my whole marketing. It was like, yeah, duckies, I'm a duck streamer. Oh wait, the leader of the far-right Law and Justice Party has duck in his surname. I should have put more thought into my whole branding, but whatever, what's done is done. Now, the duck is the symbol of the Żoliborz district, so that's nice. About the new promotional gadget. The new promotional gadget was sort of revealed on the social media. The new promotional gadget makes a funny squeaky noise. It makes a funny squeaky noise. I mean, you can just look at it. Just look at it. Even has the symbol of Warsaw, the mermaid. Birds are not neutral political parties. True. Look at it. A funny squeaky noise. Bird. Our reporter, Anna Zakrzewska has shown the people from Żoliborz this new gadget and asked, what do they think of this sort of marketing? And the answers are split. It's pretty cool duck. A duck is a duck. I suspect it could create different sort of connotations for people. And everybody might not like it. It is an interesting idea, very symbolic. It might be thought about very in different ways, especially here in the Żoliborz district, told another Warsaw resident. A strong gesture and very politically polarizing. A strong gesture which is very politically polarizing. It makes us think of many different political things. I personally don't like it, said the next person. The district has produced 500 of those cute little rubber duckies. They are supposed to be given out to people during various events, which will happen, of course, in the Żoliborz district. So if you happen to be in Żoliborz and there is an event happening, you might be given a rubber duck, which is colored yellow. And it might make you think of many different conflicting political things. Damn. I didn't think that the rubber ducky would create so much controversy, but here we are. Here we are. Once again, I am being faced with thinking about my whole brand of duck. Like, oh my god. Do you know what, during the parliamentary elections, what sort of slogans were pretty common? No more Duckburg. No more Duckburg. The duck goes out. And stuff like that. The no more Duckburg was like the biggest slogan. I should have thought more about my whole branding when I decided that I want to make it duck-based. Especially in relation to Poland. But when I did it, I didn't even think I would be doing politics or history. I thought I would be doing video games and art. So I actually didn't think of the duck in... Oh my god. And now I am doing politics. And my brand is forever tied with the leader of Law and Justice. Very smart. Very smart move on my part. I am smart. So, if you've enjoyed this wonderful segment and my confession of not having good sense when it comes to branding, then you will do these 3 things. Press the like button. Subscribe. Preferably first subscribe and then hit the like button. And then share this. Hit the bell as well. Yeah, the bell. So subscribe, like, and hit the bell. And also share this with your family and friends and everybody you know. So that I can become the biggest in the universe. Because you're always interested in my commentary, aren't you? Isn't my commentary top tier? Don't I give you like the best topics? The most important topics? I'm gonna make a bet. I'm gonna make a bet with all of you. I will bet money. I will bet money that no other streamer of the known streamers that do politics will speak of the Warsaw rubber duck. Is anybody here who would like to take me on and do the wager with me? Anybody? Anyone? You know I'll win. Nobody else will beat. Nobody else talks about important topics. Only I do. I'm the only one, the only person that talks about what matters, what's important. Everybody else just talks about boring things and unimportant things like Navalny dying or whatever. Who cares? We're here to talk about the rubber ducks and things that actually matter to your everyday life. If you go to an event in Jolibosch, you will get a rubber duck. That has more impact on your actual life than some guy in Russia dying. No? 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 It's okay, we're gonna talk about that as well. It's fine. We're gonna also talk about the guy dying. Sheesh. So that's what you're gonna wanna hear about. Wanna listen about a guy dying. Right? Isn't that right? Okay. So, next. Yep. Damn, that was a tough topic. I hope you're all okay. Joke, joke. Don't joke about things like this. Let me go to X. I've got a few things to do that I want to do. Oh. Oh, Jesus. When was that? That was an hour ago. How interesting. Okay, let's just go. Jesus Christ. So it seems like Alexei Navalny is dead. Alexei Navalny, the big sort of opposition figure in Russia. Have you heard of Alexei Navalny? The person who has been poisoned in 2020 of a nerve agent, I'm pretty sure, and has been in prison for some time. The person who has challenged Putin and said that if he were in charge, things would be much better. And of course, the person about whom Joe Biden said that if Navalny dies in jail, there's gonna be hell to pay. And now he died and there's crickets. I guess those were just empty words. I guess you shouldn't make threats that you're not willing to sort of follow. But Navalny himself is a pretty controversial figure, you could say. He flip-flopped on a lot of his beliefs, if you can believe it or not. He flipped on a lot of his beliefs. When the annexation of Crimea happened, he first criticized it, then flipped on it and said that if he were in charge, he would not give Crimea back to Ukraine. And then, I think it's pretty much confirmed then. And then he went back on it again in prison, saying that he's for giving back Crimea and for reparations. So he flip-flop on his sort of beliefs a lot. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at Navalny, and then let's take a look at some news regarding him. We're gonna check out our favorite page, the Wikipedia. Alexei Anatolievich Navalny. Okay, English. We're gonna take a look at what the Wikipedia says about this person. If there's anything of relevance, anything of interest. There we go. This is the guy. This is how he looked like. He looked pretty tough compared to Putin. So let's see. There you go, 16 February 2024. The Wikipedia confirms his death. Was a Russian opposition leader, lawyer, anti-corruption activist, and a political prisoner. He organized anti-government demonstrations and ran for office to advocate reforms against corruption in Russia and against President Vladimir Putin and his government. Navalny was a Russian Opposition Coordination Council member. He was the leader of the Russia of the Future Party and founder of the Anti-Corruption Foundation. He was recognized by Amnesty International as a prisoner of conscience and was awarded the Sakharov Prize for his work on human rights. But he does not have any beliefs anymore. He did have some shaky beliefs. As of 2021, Navalny had more than 6 million YouTube subscribers because he was also a prolific YouTuber, successful YouTuber. Through his social media channels, he and his team have published material about corruption in Russia, organized political demonstrations, and promoted his campaigns. In a 2011 radio interview, he described Russia's ruling party, United Russia, as a party of crooks and thieves, which became a popular epithet. Navalny and the FBK have published investigations detailing alleged corruption by high-ranking Russian officials and their associates. I mean, I'm not exactly surprised by that, by corruption in Russia. In August 2020, which is a pretty relevant thing, it was all over the news. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the story. I remember it quite well. Navalny was hospitalized in serious condition after being poisoned with Novichok nerve agent. He was medically evacuated to Berlin and discharged a month later. Navalny accused Putin of being responsible for his poisoning, and an investigation implicated agents from the Federal Security Service. In January 2021, Navalny returned to Russia and was immediately detained on accusations of violating parole conditions while he was hospitalized in Germany, which were imposed as a result of his 2014 conviction. Following his arrest and the release of the documentary Putin's Palace, which accused Putin of corruption, mass protests were held across Russia. In February 2021, his suspended sentence was replaced with a prison sentence of over 2.5 years detention. And his organizations were later designated as extremist and liquidated, including the FBK. In March 2020, Navalny was sentenced to an additional 9 years in prison after being found guilty of embezzlement and contempt of court in a new trial described as a sham by Amnesty International. His appeal was rejected, and in June he was transferred to a high-security prison. In August 2023, Navalny was sentenced to an additional 19 years in prison on extremism charges, meaning he would be released in December 2038. Navalny commented that his sentence is as long as either his life or the life of the political regime in the country. So it turned out to be as long as his life, because he died. He died yesterday. In December 2023, Navalny went missing from prison for almost 3 weeks and then re-emerged in a new Arctic Circle jail in the Yamalo-Nenets Autonomous Okrug. On the 16th February 2024, the Russian Prison Service reported that Navalny had died at the age of 47. Poisoning. Political positions. We're going to read a bit about his political positions to get like an idea. We're going to get an idea from Wiki as to what sort of man we dealt with. Navalny initially held Russian nationalist and anti-immigration views, though it seems to have become more moderate over time, with him leaving behind his nationalist past and supposedly changing views on immigration to Russia. He just sort of died, according to Russia. In February 2011, in an interview with the radio station Finam FM, Navalny called the main Russian party, United Russia, a party of crooks and thieves. In May 2011, the Russian government began a criminal investigation into Navalny, widely described in media as revenge, and by Navalny himself as a fabrication by the security services. Meanwhile, Party of Crooks and Thieves became a popular slogan among the opposition. Nationalism. His views about Russian nationalism have evolved in 2011. Navalny stated that he considered himself a nationalist Democrat. He previously participated in the Russian March from 2006, a parade uniting Russian nationalist groups of all stripes, and was one of the co-organizers of the 2011 march. Navalny has also called for ending federal subsidies to the corrupt and ineffective governments of Chechnya and other republics part of North Caucasia. I mean, Chechnya should be free, but immigration. In 2007, he released several anti-immigration videos, including one where he advocated the deportation of migrants. According to Leonid Volkov, Navalny later regretted making the 2007 video. Well, I mean, it doesn't look good. In 2013, after ethnic riots in a Moscow district took place, which were sparked by a murder committed by a migrant, Navalny sympathized with the anti-immigration movement and commented that ethnic tensions and crimes are inevitable because of failing immigration policies by the state. However, he later said that the basis of my approach is that you have to communicate with nationalists and educate them. I think it's very important to explain to them that the problem of illegal immigration is not solved by beating up migrants but other democratic means. Oh, so wow. Okay. Well, that's damn. Okay, that's a view. We should not straight up beat them up. We should just deal with them using the law. Okay. Cool. In a 2017 interview, Navalny declared support for regulated immigration from Central Asia, but did not see it as valuable. In a 2020 interview, he reiterated support for regulated immigration. In 2021, Alexander Verkhovsky said that Navalny's statements on immigration were a long time ago and that he was a different man. I mean, it was not that long ago. It was not that long ago. Just a few years back. Same-sex marriage. In 2017, Leonid Volkov, Navalny's chief of staff, said that Navalny's team supports the legalization of same-sex marriage. For Russia, that's pretty radical. It's pretty wild. Here we go. His stances on Ukraine flip-flopped quite a lot, so we're going to read about that. In early 2012, Navalny stated on Ukrainian TV, Russian foreign policy should be maximally directed at integration with Ukraine and Belarus. In fact, we are one nation. We should enhance integration. During the same broadcast, Navalny said, no one wants to make an attempt to limit Ukraine's sovereignty. So those are a little bit... That's a red flag for me. Like when somebody says that Ukrainians and Russians are just one nation, that's a red flag for me personally. In March 2014, after Russia's annexation of Crimea, Navalny urged further sanctions against officials and businessmen linked to Putin and proposed his own list of sanctions, saying that previous US and EU sanctions were mocked. In October 2014, Navalny said that he would not immediately return Crimea to Ukraine if he were president, as it is not some sort of sausage sandwich to be passed back and forth, suggesting instead that the fate of Crimea should be resolved by holding a new and fair referendum. I don't trust referendums, I'm going to be honest. I don't trust referendums when it comes to territory because they've been historically huge messes when whole trucks and trains of people have been brought into an area to just take part in referendums and boost the numbers and affect the outcome. Yeah, it doesn't. Where is it? So I don't trust referendums much. Navalny also said that Putin's government should stop sponsoring the war in Donbass. Navalny had strongly criticized Vladimir Putin's policies in Ukraine. Putin likes to speak about the Russian world, but he's actually making it smaller. In Belarus, they sing anti-Putin songs at football stadiums. In Ukraine, they simply hate us. In Ukraine now, there are no politicians who do not have extreme anti-Russian positions. Being anti-Russian is key to success now in Ukraine, and that is our fault. I mean, yeah. A lot of regular Polish people also held pretty strong anti-Russian sentiments. In 2018, after the establishment of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, an event labeled as the ending of more than 3 centuries of Russian spiritual and temporal control of the dominant faith in Ukraine, Navalny tweeted, "What took centuries to create has been destroyed by Putin and his idiots in 4 years. Putin is the enemy of the Russian world." I mean, in the Commonwealth, the Orthodox Church was sort of separate from the Russian one as well. So there's that. In February 2022, Navalny compared the recognition of the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic by Russia to when Soviet leaders deployed troops to Afghanistan in 1979, describing both events as a distraction to the population from real issues. He said that he believes that while Putin will not allow Ukraine to develop, Russia will pay the same price, and that Putin needed to be removed to save Russia. No wonder he got arrested, right? No wonder. On March 2022, Navalny urged Russian citizens to stage daily protests against Russia's invasion of Ukraine, saying Russia should not be a nation of frightened people and cowards who pretend to not to notice the aggressive war launched by our insane Tsar. If to prevent war we need to fill up the jails and police vans, we will fill up the jails and police vans. Everything has a price, and now in the spring of 2022, we should pay that price. On the 5th April 2022, referring to war crimes that took place in Ukraine, Navalny said that the monstrosity of lies in the Russian state media is unimaginable, and unfortunately, so is its persuasiveness for those who have no access to alternative information. He tweeted that warmongers among Russian state media personalities should be treated as war criminals, from the editors-in-chief to the talk show hosts to the news editors. They should be sanctioned and tried someday. The next month, Navalny called the invasion a stupid war based on lies. Navalny criticized the 2022 Russian mobilization. During a court hearing on the 21st September, he said, "I don't understand one thing. The army has 1 million people. Rosgvardia has 350,000 people. The Interior Ministry has another 1.5 million or 2 million people. And the Federal Penitentiary Service is full of people. Why are they drafting civilians?" In another court hearing 2 days later, Navalny said, You won't shut my mouth with your shizo punishment cell. This is a crime against my country. I don't relate to it, and I won't be silent. I hope that everyone else who hears me will not be silent about it. Because what's happening now is much more terrible than any 12 or 112 days in a shizo punishment cell. This is a historic crime. This is involving hundreds of thousands of people in this crime. On the 20th February 2023, he condemned Putin for destroying Russia's own future, just to make our country look bigger on the map, and said that Russia must end its occupation of Ukraine and recognize Ukraine's borders as they were established in 1991, after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Navalny also said Russia would have to pay post-war reparations to Ukraine and called for an international investigation into war crimes, saying tens of thousands of innocent Ukrainians have been murdered and pain and suffering have befallen millions more. On February 1st of 2024, Navalny and his allies called on supporters to protest President Vladimir Putin and the invasion of Ukraine during the third day of the 2024 Russian presidential election by all going to vote against Putin at the same time. So there we go. There we have his sort of view on Ukraine. We're getting a clearer picture of what's going on. And now we're going to read some more. Navalny news. Reuters. Putin foe Alexei Navalny dies in jail. West holds Russia responsible. I mean, it would be pretty stupid not to hold Russia responsible, to be quite honest, considering that he's literally been poisoned in 2020 and the link to Putin has been established pretty firmly. Like, of course, he was killed. He was the opposition. And in a place like Russia, opposition just cannot be suffered to exist. No form of opposition is to be suffered to exist. It's impossible. Navalny dies in prison after walk. So okay, he died after walk. Says prison service. Opposition leader said to have lost consciousness. Putin informed of death of his main domestic critic. Supporters say Navalny was murdered, cannot confirm death. Western officials laud Navalny, condemned Putin. Moscow, February 16th, Reuters. Alexei Navalny, Russian President Vladimir Putin's most formidable domestic opponent, fell unconscious and died on Friday after a walk at the Polar Wolf Arctic penal colony, where he was serving a 3-decade sentence, authorities said. The death of Navalny, a 47-year-old former lawyer, robs the desperate Russian opposition of its most prominent leader as Putin prepares for an election which will keep the former KGB spy in power until at least 2030. US President Joe Biden said he was outraged and joined other Western leaders in criticizing Russia over Navalny's death, blaming it on something that Putin and his thugs did. I mean, it's gonna be just condemnation. What exactly else is going to happen? What exactly is going to happen? Even though I'm pretty sure in 2021 Biden has clearly said that there is going to be hell to pay should Navalny die. So there's not going to be anything, is there? Navalny rose to prominence more than a decade ago by documenting and speaking publicly about what he said was the vast corruption and opulence among the crooks and thieves running Putin's Russia. There are no other opposition leaders in Russia and Navalny's stature. For some young urban Russians, Navalny had offered hope of an alternative future to Putin, who has served as Russia's paramount leader longer than anyone since Joseph Stalin. The Federal Penitentiary Service of the Yamalo-Nenets Autonomous District said in a statement that Navalny felt unwell after a walk at the Aiki-free penal colony in Karp, about 1,900 kilometers northeast of Moscow. He lost consciousness almost immediately and died shortly afterwards, it said, adding the resuscitation attempts failed. Navalny's spokeswoman Kira Yarmysh said there was almost no hope that he was alive. Navalny's wife Yulia told the Munich Security Conference she could not be sure her husband was dead because Putin and his government lie incessantly. But if this is true, I want Putin, his entire entourage, Putin's friends, his government to know that they will bear responsibility for what they did to our country, to my family, to my husband, she said. The Kremlin said Putin had been informed of Navalny's death. the 71-year-old former KGB spy, was shown meeting workers at a factory in Chelyabinsk in the Ural Mountains. He said nothing in public about Navalny. Western leaders paid tribute to Navalny's courage as a fighter for freedom. Some, without citing evidence, accused the Kremlin of murder and said Putin should be held accountable. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said that reaction of Western leaders to the death of was unacceptable and absolutely rabid. Well, nerves were touched. Don't you just hate when you take a walk and lose consciousness afterwards? I hate when it happens. Well, lose consciousness is one thing. Die soon after, that's a whole other thing. To lose consciousness. We don't know exactly what happened, but there is no doubt that the death of Navalny was a consequence of something that Putin and his thugs did, Biden said at the White House. Russian authorities are going to tell their own story, Biden said, but make no mistake. Make no mistake. Putin is responsible for Navalny's death. Navalny's movement is outlawed and most of his senior allies now live in exile in Europe. If this news of Navalny's death is true, then it's not Navalny died, but Putin killed Navalny. I mean, that is true. Yeah, he killed him. There's no ifs and buts about it. He killed him. Why would he not? Like, he had him in a wager in the middle of Russia at his mercy. Why would he not finish his political opponent? Why would he not take advantage? Accidents happen in prison. It's tough in prison. He got ill or whatever. Why would he not kill him? Leonid Volkov, Navalny's chief of staff, said, "The Kremlin did not respond to the accusation." Why would it? Why would it respond, to be honest? Yarmish, Navalny's spokeswoman, said his movement and aims would live on. "We are convinced that we will be victorious in the end," she said. "Russia is our country. It belongs to us, and we need to return it to us." Navalny's lawyer was on his way to the tough penal colony where Navalny was serving sentences that would have kept him in prison beyond the age of 70. Navalny earned admiration from Russia's opposition for voluntarily returning to Russia in 2021 from Germany, where he had been treated for what Western laboratory tests showed was an attempt to poison him with a nerve agent. Navalny said at the time that he was poisoned in Siberia in August 2020. The Kremlin denied trying to kill him and said there was no evidence he was poisoned with a nerve agent. Grigory Yavlinsky, a veteran liberal, said Navalny's death showed the need for reform and echoed many opposition figures in saying he feared for the health of other activists in jail. In Moscow, at a memorial to the victims of Soviet political repression, in the shadow of the former KGB headquarters, some people laid roses and carnations. Police looked on and then started arresting, by the way. There were arrests because a bit of a crowd has gathered to sort of pay respects to Navalny, and people got arrested. One note read, "Alexei Navalny, we remember you. Russian prosecutors warned people not to take part in any mass meetings in Moscow. Supporters arranged meetings to honor Navalny in London, Paris, Oslo, Rome, Brussels, Berlin, Geneva, Prague, Yerevan, Tbilisi, and Vilnius. Russia's future. I mean, Russia is just trying to rebuild an empire now. The future is war. And the question is whether or not it will lose it in Ukraine or whether or not it will continue it someplace else, like the Baltic states or Poland. Well, that's up to GOP, of course. The future of Russia is quite literally in the GOP's hands, in a way. Navalny had forecast Russia could face the political turmoil because he said Putin built a brittle system of personal rule reliant on corruption. The Kremlin dismissed his accusations about vast corruption and about Putin's personal wealth. Russian officials cast Navalny as an extremist who was a puppet of the CIA. That's typical. Typical CIA puppet. The puppet of the CIA director Burns, which they say is intent on sowing chaos, and turning Russia into a client state of the West. That reminds me of the USSR times when every failed internal policy was, in reality, a response to an external threat. It's like Russia is just coming back to the classics. Putin's just coming back to the Joseph Stalin classics. A day before his death, Navalny peered through a barred window, laughing and cracking jokes about his depleting funds and the judge's salary. Your Honor, I will send you my personal account number so that you can use your huge salary as a federal judge to warm up my personal account because I am running out of money, he said via a video link. When demonstrations against Putin flared in December 2011, after an election tainted by fraud accusations, he was one of the first protest leaders arrested. In an interview in Moscow in 2011, Navalny was asked by Reuters if he was afraid of challenging Putin's system. That's the difference between me and you. You are afraid and I am not afraid, he said. I realize there is danger, but why should I be afraid? That's it. That's it from this. There's more, actually. The Polish government has chimed in to the whole thing. Right? Polish government is not pleased. The death of Navalny. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs demands sort of a, which will not happen, by the way. This demand will not be listened to, but let's read about it. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs demand an independent investigation of the death of Navalny, which good luck with that. The full responsibility for this strategy is on the hands of the Russian government. We demand an independent investigation to be held and a full explanation when it comes to the all of the circumstances surrounding his death, said the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, reacting to the news of Alexei Navalny's death. The leader of the most important leader of the Russian opposition against Putin, he's died in a Wagner. Tusk, Alexei, we will never forgive them. Holovnya, this criminal has killed a political prisoner. Morawiecki, the death of Navalny is evidence that Putin will not stop at nothing. He will not stop at nothing. The Polish resort of diplomacy, Wager. I just pronounce it in Polish. Wagr. I just pronounce it in Polish. It's not like it's an English word. So it's fine. Wager sounds very weird. So the Polish resort of diplomacy has issued a note that it's shook by the news of the death of Alexei Navalny. Okay, that's just not right. What you're telling me about the pronunciation of the... What's the Russian word? It's just horrible. Lager in German. Okay, let's continue. No, you're not. You're not patronizing. It's okay. It's okay. You did not come off as but if you want to be patronizing, you could always sign up to my Patreon. See? Smooth transition to shilling my Patreon. If you really want to be patronizing, you could always do that. Where was I? So Alexei Navalny was one of the leaders of the Russian opposition in the civic society. In the recent years, nobody representing opposition has been as popular and trusted within the Russian society, which he has gained mainly because of his whole anti-corruption thing. Last year has been put in to the next sort of colony prison, and for 2 weeks neither his family nor his lawyer had any contact with him or any knowledge where he was. We remind that similar dangers may await other political prisoners in Russia, such as Vladimir Kara-Murz, who has been poisoned, or attempts to poison him have been made twice because of his opposition activity. And also Alexei Gorinov or Maria Ponomarenko, said the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So in other words, we have tons of opposition members that are just rotting in jail and just might be done away with, just like Navalny at any moment. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has also pointed out that according to certain estimations, there are 636 political prisoners in Russian prisons right now. But other calculations speak of 3,500 political prisoners in Russia right now. And of course, people that are being persecuted because of political beliefs. Oftentimes, political persecution continues after being sentenced. For example, by banning people from seeing their loved ones and putting them in isolation. We call upon all of the international community to condemn the Russian government and to make effort to try to push for the punishment of those involved in this strategy. So we have it. That is the Polish government's response to the death of Navalny. In no uncertain terms has the Polish government stated that it was no accidental death. It was a murder of a political prisoner, and that other political prisoners are basically now at the mercy of the state and might just disappear, die at any moment as well. And that is what it is. It does not surprise me in the slightest. We all know what sort of regime Putin's regime is. We all know what sort of country Russia is. We all know that Russia is is not exactly a conventional country. We have learned very recently that, well, not that recently, but we have confirmation, for example, that Russia has been using, as of late, chemical weapons when fighting against Ukrainians on the front. Like some of the fundraisers that have been done recently have included gas masks for the soldiers, which apparently have already saved lives. So if Russia is so blatantly not afraid to break international law when it comes to warfare using chemical weapons, when it comes to things like conscripting people in places that are occupied, when it comes to forcing people to give even blood in places that are occupied, when it comes to, quite frankly, committing genocide on the Ukrainian people by transferring children from Ukraine to Russia and making them into Russian citizens, then why exactly would we be surprised that Russia would be killing its opposition within the country? Why would that even be a surprise? Like, it's not a surprise in the slightest, at least to me. Like, that was something to be expected, that Navalny would just sooner or later be killed. Why would he be suffered to live? It would make no sense. Of course. Why would Russia under Putin suffer any sort of real, tangible opposition? And it also sends a signal, by the way. It also sends a signal to any existing opposition. Look at your great leader. He was so popular. He was so hyped. We did away with him. No problem. There's no problem to kill him. And there's nothing anyone can do about it. So there you go. You can try to do your little opposition thing, but keep in mind, your greatest leader, your most popular figure, died in a prison. So make your choice. potential opposition members. Make your choice well. And of course, what sort of consequence can there be had at a time like this? When Russia is at war with Ukraine and just doesn't care about anything. None. Unless Russia loses in Ukraine and collapses, there just won't be any consequences to this. It would take a miracle almost right now for there to be any consequences of someone like Navalny being killed. So, yeah. Here we are. This is just another demonstration of Russia just doing what horrible regimes do. And speaking of horrible regimes, we have also the ongoing situation in Avdiivka, you know, where soldiers sort of were forced to retreat. The horrible, desperate situation in Avdiivka, which is directly caused by the GOP at this point. This point, a lot of the horrible things happening in Ukraine are directly caused by the GOP, which that needs to be said in no uncertain terms. The GOP is basically strangling Ukraine right now. And if it was controlled opposition, then he would not need to be killed. I don't think he was controlled opposition. That would make no sense. So let's see. Okay, we're gonna talk about this because this is interesting. This is an interesting inverse of what's happening, of what the West, usually Western communists, comment on Ukraine. His ambitions weren't. That's not exactly what controlled opposition is, though. A controlled opposition is what the name implies. An opposition that is firmly in the control of the dictator. His ambitions. That one's an interesting question because we don't. His ambitions changed like the wind, right? He shifted on his sort of ambitions as time went on. So the only way in which we would know what his actual actions would be when he got power would be if he got into power. Maybe he would just continue Putin's course basically and say I'm a super nationalist and Crimea is ours and actually Ukrainians are Russians and we stay course with the trying to get Ukraine. Who knows? That is possible. That he was just playing the great hero of the opposition to basically get power. But that his actual beliefs were not that far off from Vladimir. Also, 100 people were arrested during the protests after his death, just so you know. Ukrainian general, we're gonna talk about Avdiivka a bit now. The Russians are wiping Avdiivka off the face of the earth. during the evacuation of the Ukrainian forces, some of the soldiers got into Russian captivity. A very, very bad situation of the Ukrainian forces in the Battle of Avdiivka. The Russian army has almost completely surrounded the Ukrainian forces in Avdiivka, but we're not able to completely close the Ukrainian forces off. The leader of the Ukrainian Tavria group has said that the Russians are erasing Avdiivka off the face of the world. They're just scorched earth, destroying the whole city. We're gonna see the new situation. Syrsky withdraws Ukrainian troops from Avdiivka. We have to remember something about Syrsky, because there's been a lot of talk about the whole change in the army, right? That Syrsky became the new top commander in the Ukrainian army. Right? Alexander Syrsky, now a colonel general and a commander of Ukraine's ground forces. Right? Replacing Zaluzhny. But one has to remember that Syrsky has sort of already proven himself when it comes to being a competent commander, because he was apparently, well, not apparently, remember the 2022 Kharkiv counteroffensive, right? You remember that, right? Well, let's remember that this sentence is like describes it the best. By September 2022, Alexander Syrsky, who had been in charge of the defense of Kiev at the beginning of the invasion and later received the title of Hero of Ukraine for his service, was appointed to command the Ukrainian land forces in Kharkiv Oblast. The counteroffensive was performed under his command, and Syrsky is considered to be its architect. The biggest success of Ukraine, probably, in the war, beating back the Russians from Kharkiv, was sort of Syrsky's handiwork. He was the architect of the counteroffensive, which basically just tells us that he's a pretty competent guy. Right? Syrsky is a pretty competent guy. He has achievements under his belt. And he now orders the withdrawal of Ukrainian troops from Avdiivka, which is probably a smart move considering that the encirclement is proceeding and the city is basically being erased from the map. So the preservation of troops is right now the priority here, even should the city be lost. Let's see. Commander-in-Chief Alexander Syrsky published a statement announcing his decision to withdraw Ukrainian units from the heavily battered city. I made a decision to withdraw our units from the city and move to defense on more advantageous lines, this statement reads. Our soldiers performed their military duty with dignity, did everything possible to destroy the best Russian military units, and inflicted significant losses on the enemy in terms of manpower and equipment. We have to remember that in Avdiivka, for a long time, Russia has basically switched to infantry to preserve its more heavy equipment because it's been just losing it a lot. I guess it's only been returning to more tank-like equipment recently when it prepared its big push for Avdiivka. Avdiivka, lying mere kilometers from occupied Donetsk, has faced intensified Russian attacks since October 2023. At Moscow's troops aimed to encircle and capture the city. Recent reports suggest that the situation in the sector is growing increasingly dire. General Alexander Tarnavsky reported earlier today that Russia was throwing all reserves in assaults against Avdiivka and redeploying troops from other sectors. We're taking measures to stabilize the situation and hold the occupied positions, Syrsky stated. The lives of servicemen are of the highest value. We will return Avdiivka anyway. Yeah, I guess I would agree with that. Like, if the soldiers were just to die for a city that would fall, that would just be stupid. Like, if you can withdraw the troops, you can sort of build up a better situation on the front. Which, of course, all of that is meaningless if the Ukrainian forces don't have anything to fight with, which, again, due to the GOP, is a distinct possibility. Ukrainian forces have reportedly repelled 30 Russian attacks on February 16. Russia also launched 20 airstrikes and over 150 artillery shells. Earlier on February 12, Tarnatsky announced that Ukrainian troops had pulled back from Zenit, a position on Avdiivka's southeastern outskirts that had served as Ukraine's strong point since 2014. I guess that would be the part where the sort of propaganda value comes in. The unbeatable fortress since 2014 falls. That was sort of the worry of this whole Avdiivka thing, that coupled with the failed counteroffensive last spring with the fall of Avdiivka, that it would be sort of like a demoralizing element to the whole thing. Despite Russian advances, the Avdiivka campaign has been extremely costly to Russia in terms of manpower and equipment. Tarnavsky said that only since January 1st, Moscow has lost over 20,000 troops, 199 tanks, and 481 armored fighting vehicles since the start of this year alone. Ukraine's National Resistance Center reported that due to high casualties, Russia is using abandoned schools as morgues for its soldiers. Jesus. That is pretty horrifying. And the strategy that Russia is taking, no matter how much equipment we lose, no matter how many people die, we just inch forward. in this meat grinder like strategy of just inching forward no matter what the cost, no matter what the losses. Just how long can Russia even sustain such a strategy? And of course, the scorched earth, the famous classic scorched earth strategy of Russia of just destroying everything till nothing's left. There's been discussion on the worst scenario of should Russia win, won't the worst part for it still be to come, like the occupation? And I remember at the very start of the war, my answer to that was, I mean, Russia plays scorched earth. They would just scorched earth whole cities and deport people to Siberia or something, which is what Russia has been doing historically forever. Like playing demographics with whole cities. Like, should there be no organized military? What would stop Russia from just emptying whole cities and just sending them to God knows where and repopulating them with Russians or whatever? Nothing would stop them from doing that. Because they've done it many times historically. Why would they? Like, they've been playing by the Russian book so far. Why would they do this part differently? Why would they partake in sort of traditional occupation and trying to keep like populations under control when you can just deport the population to some unlivable place and repopulate? That has been Russians' modus operandi for the longest time, for hundreds of years, or even more. So I don't really see what would change in that regard. So there you have it. Critical situation of Avdiivka. Ukraine leaves part of Avdiivka, says there is no strategic point. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is a bit of a newer article. And it says, AFU general says none of Ukraine's units is not surrounded in Avdiivka and its outskirts. According to the OSTG, Tavria Commander Brigadier General Alexander Tarnavsky, despite the fierce fighting and the difficult situation in Avdiivka, in Donetsk region, the Ukrainian military keeps the supply routes under its control. Well, that's good, even though the situation is dire. And of course, the next question is, even if the supply lines are open, are the supplies available? I mean, that's the biggest problem, right? Problem as well, right? The supplies themselves. Tarnavsky emphasized that not a single AFU unit in Avdiivka and its outskirts is surrounded. Well, that's a little bit contradictory to what is being written above. Above it's written that not a single one is not surrounded, and just below it says that not a single one is surrounded. I will assume that the real bit is that not a single one is surrounded, I guess. At the same time, the OSTG Tavria commander says that the Russian occupiers are storming the city simultaneously from several directions. Currently, as Tarnavsky notes, the planned strengthening of the armed forces units is underway. In order to expand logistics, corridors, raids, and strikes are being carried out in Avdiivka area, Logistics is working, the commander explains. As of 1 p.m., there are no blocked Ukrainian units in Avdiivka, in a difficult situation on the battlefield when only ruins and pile of broken bricks remain from the fortification. The priority for us is to save the lives of soldiers. The OCG Tavria commander notes that the Ukrainian military managed to retreat from their positions on the southern outskirts of the city with minor losses. Tarnovsky adds that if necessary, the Ukrainian military will conduct a retreat maneuver to better prepared positions. What the Ukrainian military says. According to the soldiers of the 3rd AFU Assault Brigade, there are at least 15,000 Russian occupiers in their section of the front in Avdiivka. Our brigade inflicted critical injuries on the 74th and 114th separate motorized rifle brigades of the Russian armed forces. Both enemy units are actually wiped out. Preliminary, the real number of losses is estimated at 4,200 dead and wounded, the military notes, said the super elite squad, the third squad, which is considered like the most elite one. It is also noted that the 30th Brigade of the Russian Armed Forces is currently suffering heavy losses. Battles are being fought against the 35th and the 55th Brigades of the 41st Army and against the 21st and 15th Brigades of the 2nd Russian Army. The 3rd Assault Brigade fighters note that the 35th Russian Brigade was engaged on their part of the front from the enemy side. The 55th and 74th separate motorized rifle brigades from the 31st Combined Arms Army and the 15th, 21st, and 30th separate motorized rifle brigades from the 2nd Combined Arms Army. In particular, the 114th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade, the former 11th Separate Motorized Rifle Regiment of the so-called DPR, is fighting against the Ukrainian forces. Separate tasks are performed by the Russian Spetsnaz personnel of the GRU, which carries out night assaults using night vision devices, conducts sabotage, and also adjusts air and artillery strikes. Despite the fact that the occupiers are suffering disproportionate losses, the situation in Avdiivka remains extremely difficult. Emphasize the 3rd Assault Brigade soldiers. There you have it. The situation is pretty dire in Avdiivka. Thank you, Grand Old Party. Especially since apparently the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has said that, and he said it after the death of Navalny, that now is the time for the West to show a united front against Putin, which is such a laughable statement from the person that is the main architect of the difficult situation of Ukraine right now against Russia and Putin. Words are cheap. Actions are what speak everything. You can say whatever. We have to have a united front. We have to teach Putin a lesson. We have to show him. But if your actions basically benefit him, then that's all worthless. It means nothing. Actually, it means more than nothing. It means that you are lying and you're actually, in reality, with Putin, not against them, in some unified imagined front, which is worse than nothing, far worse. There we go. Again. Ukraine said Friday it was pulling back from a position on the southern outskirts of frontline city Avdiivka, a main target for Moscow ahead of the second anniversary of the Russian invasion. Facing a shortage of ammunition and outnumbered on the battlefield, Ukraine may be forced to withdraw from the eastern town, which has become a symbol of Ukrainian resistance against the Russian attack. The fighting raged as President Volodymyr Zelensky visited Berlin to rally Western support. He will later travel to Paris and address the Munich Security Conference on Saturday. Russia's forces in October mounted a costly bid to seize Avdiivka, resulting in massive damage to the town and heavy casualties reminiscent of the Battle of Bakhmut. After many months of confrontation, the command decided to withdraw from the Zenit position on the southeastern outskirts of Avdiivka. Alexander Tarnavsky, a Ukrainian general in the east, said on social media. He noted the move was made to save personnel and improve the operational situation, adding the withdrawal did not give the enemy a strategic advantage and was done with minor losses. Which is, again, very, very important when the Ukrainian army is so critically low on ammunition to preserve the lives of the soldiers. Capturing Avdiivka would be the most significant territorial gain for Moscow since it seized Bakhmut last May after months of bloody fighting. It was difficult there in Bakhmut, but now it is extremely difficult, said the spokesman of the 3rd Assault Brigade, Alexander Borodin, adding the Avdiivka fight was comparatively more difficult because Russian forces are now better equipped. With time, Russian forces are getting better equipped and Ukrainian forces are being abandoned, so are running out of equipment, or rather of ammunition. Thank you, Grand Old Party, for that. Online maps of troop movements prepared by military bloggers close to both the Ukrainian and Russian armies showed Russian forces closing in on Avdiivka, taking over positions held by Ukrainian forces the day before. New prepared positions. Troops are also maneuvering to new prepared positions to continue to destroy the Russian occupiers and hold the city, said Tarnavsky, a Ukrainian general in the east. The Ukrainian army said it was reinforcing units with troops maneuvering on threatened axes. Ukrainian defenders continue to hold back the enemy who keeps trying to encircle Avdiivka. Ukrainian soldiers are standing their ground, it added. Zelensky said Thursday night that his government would do everything to save lives in the town surrounded on three sides by Russian forces. The battle for the industrial hub, less than 10 kilometers, 6 miles north of the Russian-controlled city of Donetsk, has been one of the bloodiest of the 2-year war. Almost every building has been damaged or destroyed, according to the Center for Information Resilience. Every building. It's basically like what the Germans did to Warsaw in World War II, destroying it building by building. Despite daily shelling, almost 1,000 residents have remained in the town, once home to over 30,000 people. Its mayor, Vitaly Barabash, said in early February. A Ukrainian army spokesman said bringing in supplies to the town and evacuating those who want to leave had become complicated. So we might also see, in the worst case scenario, in other words, those 1,000 civilians die. Great. At risk of falling, the fate of Avdiivka has also drawn concerns in Washington, Ukraine's key backer, which is a scary thought considering that aid is being frozen right now. Thank you, Grand Old Party. Thank you so much, Mike Johnson. Thank you so much, Donald Trump. Thank you. You're the best. Oh. Main backer. Main backer. It's so depressing. I cannot stress just how depressing that is. The thought of the US being the main backer while also freezing basically the main source of aid. Avdiivka is at the risk of falling into Russian control, US National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters on Thursday. Democratic President Joe Biden and the Republican-led House are at an impasse over a White House request for $60 billion in military aid to help Ukraine's defense as the Russian invasion enters its third year. NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg has warned Thursday that the delay was already limiting Ukraine's battlefield capacity. Zelensky on Friday signed a security deal with Germany in Berlin, hailed by Chancellor Olaf Scholz as a historic step anchoring sustained support for Kyiv. The French presidency also confirmed that security agreement would be signed with Ukraine, but did not provide any specifics on its content. On top of the US aid's holdup, the European Union has admitted that it will only be able to send half of the 1 million artillery shells it had originally promised would be dispatched by March. So, the EU cannot keep its promise when it comes to shells. The US is keeping aid frozen. Of course, there's that thing that Biden could do with the millions of cluster shells, but if he'll actually do it is anybody's guess. We'll see. I'm sort of skeptical because cluster shells have been a very, very controversial topic to begin with. And I have a feeling that sending millions of them would create even more of a controversy over the whole thing. But we'll see. Five minutes ago. Yep. The situation is sort of changing by the minute. Let's go to the next thing. So, that one's pretty interesting. You know how people would say that the funding to Ukraine is disappearing, that the Ukrainian oligarchs are buying yachts, that Zelensky is buying 5 mansions, like a giant mansion, or 5 mansions, or I don't know, new photos of mansions of Zelensky have been emerging time and time again. Well, it looks like actually the reverse is happening in Ukraine. Jesus, I should change the title again, by the way, because I still on the title that says a duck is symbol of Warsaw, and I'm doing Ukrainian news. There we go. Why am I still on the duck? Oh my gosh. Somebody should remind me to change the titles. Okay. Duck supremacy, true. So while everybody whined and complained about Ukraine oligarchs and Zelensky getting mansions and yachts, it actually seems like the opposite is true. So the office of the Ministry of Ukraine has agreed to sell a 92-meter yacht, Royal Romance, which belongs to the family of Viktor Medvedchuk, which right now is stationed in Croatia. So the Croatian yacht, a 92-meter yacht called Royal Romance, very romantic name, is going to be sold in order to supply the Ukrainian budget and to be able to affect positively the defense capabilities of Ukraine. So in a Uno reverse move, actually, instead of what people claim to be happening, buying yachts and mansions for the aid money, private possessions such as yachts are being actually sold in order to upkeep the Ukrainian economy. We have it here, Flash. The Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine has approved the sale of the 92-meter yacht Royal Romance, which belongs to Viktor Medvedchuk's family and is currently in Croatia. This was reported by the press service of the Asset Recovery and Management Agency, ARMA. The ARMA is convinced that the proceeds from the sale of the yacht will significantly strengthen the state budget and Ukraine's defense capabilities. I'm going to show you the photo of the yacht so that you can see what big ship is going to fight in order to strengthen Ukrainians' budget. There you go. Miyazaki 2024, do you think Russia will use nukes? I mean, if the US will just freeze aid, and if Ukraine runs out of ammunition, then why would Russia even need to use nukes? There would be no need. So I don't think so. I think Russia's still just hoping to win in conventional warfare. Russia's just waiting for the US to indefinitely block aid and for the Ukrainian forces to run out of means to defend themselves. That is my opinion. That is basically what Russia is betting on. And so far, sadly, their bet is proving to be correct. Thank you, Grand Old Party. Thank you very much for this wonderful gift to Russia. Oh, and Trump said if NATO doesn't pay up, he will let Russia attack them. Yes, correct. What he actually said was that he would encourage Russia to do whatever the hell it wants to those NATO countries that don't pay enough. Which is most of the NATO countries, actually. So, what Donald Trump said in effect is that he would just abandon most of NATO. Poland is one of the lucky ones. My country is one of the lucky ones because Poland has now pumped an impressive 4% of its GDP into arms and equipment and stuff like that. So Poland is on Donald Trump's good country list, at least theoretically speaking. It's just because he says that if NATO countries pay, he would support them, it doesn't mean that he would actually do it. He would just change his mind and figure out some new criteria that this time no NATO countries could meet, and then declare, well, I'm not going to help, am I? I'm just going to wipe my hands clean. Like, once not dependable in one aspect, an ally becomes not dependable in all aspects. Like, if we cannot trust an ally to deliver on its commitments in one aspect, why would we trust that ally ever on anything? That would make no sense. It would be ridiculous. And that is basically the type of ally US is now setting itself up to be. An ally that cannot be trusted in anything. And no wonder. Like, Ukraine is like the biggest test when it comes to commitment, when it comes to actually keeping up with your declarations of the past. Like, it's easy to make declarations when things are calm, when nothing's happening. Oh, sure, give up your nukes, and when the going gets tough, we will help you preserve your border integrity. Well, that has not worked very well for Ukraine, has it? Starting from 2014 and continuing into 2022. It just seems like the US word is worth basically nothing at this point. And now I'm reading news that Poland in a few years might be acquiring nukes via a NATO nuclear sharing thing. So, great. Amazing. Instead of less countries having nukes and there being less risk of a nuclear conflict erupting, we will probably get more countries getting nukes and that risk growing. Amazing. What an amazing thing that has been created, among other things, by the GOP policy. Wonderful. All because Daddy Trump needs to win the election no matter what. Listen, the world may burn, but at least Trump will be in office, right? And he will make America great again. By closing the border. And who knows what else. By making trans people illegal, as he basically announced. Several times. So, great. Amazing. This is all very, very encouraging. Very exciting. You know. No big deal. No big deal. Poland's just the direct neighbor of the countries that's just fighting for its survival right now. No big deal. Maybe the GOP just figures that the US is so far away, so far, far away from Russia and Ukraine that maybe whatever happens in Europe, whatever happens in Ukraine, it's just such a distant matter that maybe they just don't care. Maybe they think there won't be a lasting impact on the US, even if it betrays all of its allies, even if it just leaves the countries to be attacked. That's just, that's so far away. Or what if China becomes more active when it comes to its imperial ambitions? China's sort of far away as well from the US, right? Does it really matter that much? Does it? How much of this obstacle is caused by the US refusal to send aid? I think I've answered that. Who has overall better foreign policy, Biden or Trump? Biden, of course. What do you mean? If you compare Biden's and Trump's statements, I think it's pretty clear who has the better policy, no? In fact, let me see. I have a thing here. I have a thing prepared here. Putin over Trump. Trump makes trans people illegal while Putin does not. Since Russia, there are no trans people. True. That is true. In fact, in Russia, there are no LGBT people, period, because there are extremist groups. Speaking of foreign policy, also welcome to the stream. Let's talk about Trump. There should be an article here about this somewhere. I had something here. Trying to find it. Oh yeah. Hold on.
Few words in 20.
Nope. 7 hours ago. Democrat says Trump would hand the keys over to Putin if re-elected. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this one, shall we? If re-elected, we give keys to Putin. Biden may be a spineless raisin, but Trump is a conman who will say and do anything to be on top to win. I mean, that is true. That is demonstrably true at this point. He's like just willing to let everything burn to win. Like, it's not even a theoretical thing at this point. It's just fact. That Trump will just abandon all of the US allies. It'll just whatever. It's whatever. Democrat says Trump would hand the keys over to Putin if re-elected. Rep. Elisa Slotkin, D. Mitch, said if former President Trump is re-elected, he would hand the keys over to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Slotkin said Ukraine's fate in its war against Russia would be sealed if Trump gets re-elected in November, and that Putin likely will continue his conquest through Europe in that case. And I don't know why anyone would say Putin would be done after he's gone into Ukraine. Slotkin said Friday on MSNBC's Morning Joe. I do think he's hedging and wanting to see if Donald Trump wins the election. My sense is Donald Trump would hand the keys over to Putin, she added. Why fight when you can just get the keys from a new American president? Which I agree with, by the way. It's not even political, it's just a win. Biden may be a spine. We already read this. Unfortunately, Biden does not seem fit. I hear Kennedy is gaining ground rapid, though. Anything but Trump. The Kennedy, if we're talking about that Kennedy, then no. That Kennedy is not better. Trust me. We're talking about the junior Kennedy. The one that's rabidly anti-Ukraine. Who gave a whole talk of ridiculous theories, sort of pushing forward all the conspiracy theories about Ukraine. That Kennedy, what I hear, a conspiracy nut. Well, yeah, he spent a whole story about Ukraine, basically parodying all the talking points about Euromaidan and forward. No, we don't want Kennedy. We do not want him. No, thank you. Slotkin said the goal this year is to allow Ukrainians to defend themselves until we get through this election. She also predicted Putin would be thrilled if the former president wins the election, and he would be looking to negotiate over Ukraine as soon as possible with Trump. She also called out Republicans who have opposed Ukraine aid. The Senate passed a $95 billion foreign aid package Tuesday, but the supplemental faces a tough road in the GOP-controlled House. And it's hard to explain sometimes. Right, I admit that, Slotkin said. And it's hard to explain sometimes, right? I admit that, Slotkin said. Why is it important for us to be engaged in a place like Ukraine? Okay. Why is it important for the US, for, I think, historically its biggest geopolitical opponent, not to become an empire again? Well, that's a tough question, isn't it? Why is it important for the US not to allow Russia to rebuild itself as an empire and become its direct global competitor. Wow. Damn, that is a toughie. That is a toughie, isn't it? It just baffles the mind that it is so hard for people to grasp that what happens on the other side of the globe, especially the way everything's connected right now, that what happens on the other side of the globe absolutely affects what happens on the other. What happens globally does affect the United States, even if people are having a hard time grasping that reality. That needs to be repeated time and time again. Like, we cannot depend on miracles of individuals sort of educating themselves through, I don't know, individually, that is the case. Like, we cannot depend on US citizens to spontaneously all individually discover foreign conflicts and discover that what happens out there has an effect here. That won't happen. That needs to be done on an education level. Okay? But the fact that a politician is seriously saying that it's a tough thing to explain why it's important for the US not to allow Russia to do what it wants, it's very depressing. No, vote Biden. If you're in the US, vote Biden. Vote Biden. Just vote Biden, okay? Vote Biden. If you want a win situation, go vote Biden. That's a win situation. In this scenario, it's a win situation. US scratching its head over this on, well, I don't like Russia, but I don't want to aid Ukraine anymore. Yeah. Vote Biden. Go register. Go register and, I don't know, do a mail-in vote or something. Vote now. I demand you vote now. If you can vote now, vote now. Vote Biden right now. If you do mail, can you just do it earlier? Like, now? Is it possible to just take care of it now? Is that how it works in the US? If so, do it. Do it right now. Get it over with. Vote. Please. Any point in voting for an alternative Dem in the primary? I live in California, so I know that Biden will win the primary no matter what. And of course, I will vote for Biden in the general. I don't know. I think just vote Biden. Quite honestly. I'm an election worker this year. Some people can vote early. Make them vote early. I'm proud of you for being an election worker. I'm so proud of you. You're one of the people that are doing the work. What part of the US are you in? Murder? So no, I don't bother with the alternatives. Just vote Biden, in my opinion. Also, there's one other thing that I can beg you to do is to harass time and time again local representatives and just harass anyone you can in the government, okay? Anyone you have access to. Harass them about Ukrainian aid. Oh, if you have sort of even Republican representatives that are not really super Trump crazed or super, like, I don't know, MAGA crazed. You could sort of nudge them that you would sort of be a supporting voter for them if they would sort of be more active about aid in Ukraine, right? You could do that, right? If so, then please do it. Please. That would be a big boon. Like, to get those Republicans that are not completely on the crazed MAGA train to sort of maybe, that are not as decidedly anti-Ukraine as some, to maybe, tell them, hey, I'm a loyal voter of yours and I would really like for you to be a little bit more active when it comes to aid in Ukraine. Right? That would be nice. That would earn my vote. You all should do it, even if there's not so many people in the audience right now. Do it. Every vote, every one of you counts, okay? Every one of you doing something sort of, it's like building a huge house. You build it brick by brick. And all of you can put your own brick onto the nice, stern building of giving Ukraine aid. And enacting even more positive changes. Like, if we all around the world get more active, more in touch with orgs, in touch with representatives, and we could get so much done. Which in this case, I'm not gonna lie, my personal sort of priority is begging all of you Americans to become more activized in fighting for Ukrainian aid. I'm not gonna lie, that is my plea to all of you as a person from the other side of the world that is being sort of affected by this. What do I have to do to convince you? What do I have to do? Do I have to dance on stream? Do I have to sing? Do I have to sing you a song? It's been on your bucket list to figure out how is it that people vote Trump. Where is it? We don't really have any good alternatives. Thanks, California. You can call me Bird. Okay, I'm gonna call you Bird. Yes, I have been going to the country board of supervisor meeting and asking for ceasefire and non-military aid. You should ask for military aid. Don't ask for ceasefire. What do you mean, Fox? A ceasefire is basically just giving Russia what it wants. Russia wants a ceasefire. Oh, non-military aid to Palestine specifically. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. Fight for that. And for a ceasefire in Palestine, yes, but not in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we must fight for Ukraine to win. That is the only thing. But yes, definitely what we must stop what Israel is doing. So that's a good job done. Thank you, Internet Fox. You're doing an amazing job. Yes, ceasefire in Palestine is very good. Yes, call them. They hate getting their voicemail flooded, right? For real. Contact state representatives at Internet Fox. County reps will not do much. They are business-oriented on behalf of their constituents. Contact everybody. Harass them. Organize your sort of communities. That is also an idea. Organize your communities and organize sort of group contacting of those representatives so that they see that there are numbers behind you. Surely there are like-minded people in your neighborhood, right? Surely there are like-minded people that would like to also do some contacting, right? Right? Get people to register to vote for Biden. Yes, I am calling my senators and representatives. Amazing. Well done. Excellent. Now the next thing is to sort of influence everyone around you to do a similar thing, okay? To find like-minded individuals in your vicinity, to find like-minded individuals in your sort of neighborhood, in your community, and to activize the community to sort of do the same. Community organization is also great. I see anti-genocide protests all the time. Yes, that is very good. Although, I'm not gonna lie where my priorities lie. Like, the Ukrainian aid is... Damn. Just damn. Okay, I did my little bit of a PTA. And it's called PTA? Is it PTA? When it comes to the... Everyone in California can vote even if you're not registered. Go a vote center or go online and you can register and vote the same day. Do that! Do that, Californians. All the Californians in this watching me. Go, Californians. Go to a vote center. PSA. Okay, it's my PSA. It's my PSA. Public service announcement. Exactly. This is my public service announcement. As a Polish person, I will tell you exactly what to do politics in the US. Like, yes, exactly. That is my role as your role model. And you know what? It's better that I'm the person that's telling you what to do because I'm not from the US. So I'm not inside the situation. I'm an objective observer. So now I know what's best as the person that's from the outside. I'm not implicated, which means I'm objective. I'm an objective actress in this theater of politics, of the US politics. Progressive Victory should hire me. But yes. Polish service announcement. True. Is they are required to give you a provisional ballot if your name is not on the voter roll already. Yes. So do it. Do it. Activize your communities. Get the ball rolling. Show that you're a force to be reckoned with. Contact your representatives. Canvass, in fact. Go canvass. Go canvass with your communities to get people registered to vote. Do it. Do it, please. Do it for me. Do it for your favorite streamer, Lucy Haza. You're gonna do it for me, right? All 9 of you. Provisional just means you are to be verified. Just you are to be verified. That's fine. Please cast your vote as soon as possible. Okay? Cast your vote as soon as possible to have it, to get that part done, and then you will have your mind free to take care of other political action, right? You don't have to worry about voting anymore. You'll be able to focus on canvassing, on contacting your local representatives, on organizing, things like that. Isn't that great? It's what needs to be done if we actually want to get anything we want and not just be sad about the world going to hell. You know? everybody thought that the Law and Justice would actually win in Poland. It's going to be a little bit of a story. Everybody believed that Law and Justice was going to win. Like, we had our meetings, we had our sort of plan sessions when we watched a lot of graphs, a lot of stats. We asked ourselves, how can we activize this demographic? How can we activize this group in this age range? How can we speak to these people? But everybody was quite skeptical on the opposition side that it might be very, very, very difficult, even if we just sort of do whatever we can. And then you know what happened? People activized, people went, and the Law and Justice lost. It was not obvious that the Law and Justice would lose. It was actually quite a big deal that the Law and Justice did not win the parliamentary election in Poland. And it was because the people were moved to action, moved to sort of participation. And that is what the US needs right now. It needs participation. It needs active involvement. It needs sort of a waking up from this sort of apathy. We all work together and we can get a lot of things done, even if an org can be imperfect. If it can sort of get people to go out there and get things done, then maybe it's worth it. You know? My PSA is getting more and more as time goes on. I'm getting more on the roll. I'm gonna make it a segment. I'm gonna have to edit it. Also, tell me the funny voting fact about California. Anyone can vote for one of three parties: Independent, Democratic, and Green. The Republican Party of California voted to only accept vote from registered Republicans and will not accept transfer vote. Oh, I mean, I'm not gonna cry about that. I'm not gonna be crying about that. So people who are non-party can vote for Republicans. They shot themselves in the foot. I mean, the GOP is not the smartest of parties. I will tell you that. The GOP. The brightest of minds. Let's not get... You know what would be the smartest thing for us to do? Let's not get new voters, actually. Let's isolate people from voting for us. That's the ticket. That's how we're gonna get things done. So yes, let's work together and let's get things done. I mean, I cannot do much. I can only cheer for you like a little cheerleader from Poland. But I can only just keep reminding you that you have a voice, you probably have a phone and an internet access, and there's actually a lot that you can do with these things in your own little sector of the US, provided that you live in the US. You can do quite a lot. I can't wait to explain that 20 times over on voting days. It's gonna be great, isn't it? So yes, is there anything else that I can do? Is there anything that I can do to move you to action? as your favorite streamer in the entire world, as I'm sure. I am sure I am your favorite political streamer ever in the entire universe or something. Right? Am I your fave? I hope so. We have an article to finish, though. We have a nice article to finish. Gonna be having a special guest tomorrow, by the way. I guess there's nothing I can do. So let's continue with the article for now. Unless you give me ideas of what I can do to incentivize you to be more activized politically, that is. Where were we? Ah, yes. And it's hard to explain sometimes, right? I admit that Slotkin said, why is it important for us to be engaged in a place like Ukraine? But you either pay now by providing arms to the Ukrainians, or you're going to pay 10 times more, and not just treasure, but also blood, if he goes into NATO. So it just highlights all of it this week. I went on a whole huge rant just as the article was about to over. So I could have just read it to the finish and then done the rant. But that's not how I roll. And that is why you like me so much, because that is not how I roll. But it's not how Lucy Haze operates. That is why Lucy Haze is your absolutely favorite streamer. Let me check. Damn. Didn't expect that to be a thing, but I gave you a spontaneous segment on voting and being active in your life. Damn. It's very frustrating that many lefty radical people I know don't want to vote at all because they see it as giving support to the bad things Biden and other damn candidates do. I tell them that politicians do not care what you think if you are not voting. And also, by the way, since we're talking about voting, vote, okay, and then pressure your representatives and do political action outside of voting in order to fight not to let the bad things happen, right? That is how you do it. You don't stop after voting. You are active for your democracy. You're an active bee all the time, all year long. You do things to not let the bad things happen. You cannot be passive. You have to be active. The more people will be active, the more things can be achieved. As an elections worker, it means only as much as you think it does. It's your legal right to vote, and for us, either you use it or you don't. Yeah, it's kind of the bare minimum, especially if you are voting by mail, very low effort. Vote and then go do something more important. Yeah, that work comes after. My grandfather was a law professor, and he sort of combined the theory of law and economics. That was his main thing. He was very particular about using your voter rights all his life. He would be like, he would tell us, "Oh, you want to visit me today, do you? Have you already voted? No? Well, don't even attempt to visit me before you vote. If you don't vote, don't even show your faces to me if you don't go vote today. Don't even. Before you vote, you're not welcome here. You're only welcome to my house after you voted." And then we would go vote and visit him. You're not welcome to my house until you have voted. So yeah, we've been indoctrinated into voting by my grandfather. He did literally say that. Don't even talk to me before you vote. Yes, he would say that. Yes, actually. Quite literally. It's not even paraphrasing. And then do the work between voting, right? Do the work. Like if you think bad things are about to happen by the representatives that you have elected, contact them. En masse, contact the representatives. They are representing you, right? So if they are representing you, let them know what they're supposed to be representing, what your wants are as the person that is being represented. Did he have thoughts on Australia compulsory voting? Unfortunately, I've never been able to breach the topic with him. Unfortunately. He died in 2011 at the age of 85. Sad. That's a very, very... Okay, I'm not gonna do a whole thing about grandfather. About how at the age of 85, which is why it makes me feel weird. It makes me feel weird when people say how Biden and Trump are not good enough because they're old and they're declining because of age. When my grandfather at the age of 85 remembered all of his classmates from middle school in alphabetical order, when at the age of 85 he could basically give me a mini lecture on any randomly chosen period in history with names, dates, and events. And unlike Vladimir Putin, my grandfather would not bullshit history. I could later go read a book on history and basically everything that would be written in that book would be what my grandfather told me earlier. So he had a very, very sharp mind. which unfortunately built this thing within me that I think that whatever I think I know about a subject compared to what my grandfather would know about it is surface level at best, which made me really hesitant about talking about history online. Really, really hesitant. But Vladimir Putin took away my hesitancy when he gave that infamous speech at the beginning of the invasion. Then I was like, oh, whatever. I might as well talk about history as much as my knowledge of it is pretty superficial compared to grandfather. I might as well. I would like to not live in a gerontocracy, but yes, it is a bullshit talking point. I think you're doing him proud. He would love this for you. I hope so. It's been so long since he died. And yet, when I've been in the hospital lately, I cried so much when the psychologist breached the topic of grandfather. And the psychologist became perplexed and said, oh, maybe there's just maybe you have some still unprocessed grief about your grandfather dying. And I was like, but it's been, what? 13 years? How can I still have unprocessed things? Grief 13 years later. Incredible. It felt as if he just died yesterday when we talked about him in the hospital. And yet it's been 13 years. But let's look into another thing. I do have another thing for you, especially for you. So, it seems like I did consider him more of a father than my father was, yes. There's apparently, I have to find some. There we go. Apparently there's some House of Representatives counter proposal for aid, which would propose cut aid, but still a form of aid. So we're gonna read about it. I'm gonna read about it right now. Let me see. Let me see if Mike Johnson shoots this counter proposal as well. Daddy Trump will not approve, I'm afraid. Let me see. Hold on. Don't worry, I'll edit this out. I'll edit this part out because I'm a great editor. House lawmakers unveil bipartisan counter-proposal on Ukraine and Israel aid border A group of moderate House lawmakers in both parties on Friday unveiled their proposal to provide aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, a narrower counter-proposal to the $95 billion Senate-passed foreign assistance bill passed earlier this week. What do you need to know? A bipartisan group of House lawmakers unveiled their proposal to provide aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. The bill, which would provide roughly $66 billion in military aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, is narrower than the $95 billion Senate-passed foreign assistance bill passed earlier this week. It also includes some border security provisions sought by House Republicans, including reviving the Remain in Mexico asylum policy for 1 year. It's unclear whether this will have enough support to pass the House, let alone the Democratic-controlled Senate, which is seeking much more for international allies, as evidenced by the bill passed earlier this week. The bill, known as the Defending Borders, Defending Democracies Act, would provide $66 billion in military aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, while also implementing some border security provisions sought by House Republicans, including reviving the Remain in Mexico asylum policy for 1 year and requiring the Homeland Security Secretary to suspend the entry of inadmissible aliens if they determine that it's necessary to regain operational control of the border. The measure was introduced by Pennsylvania Rep. Brian Fitzpatrick, a Republican, and Maine Rep. Jared Golden, a Democrat, and has 6 co-sponsors, 3 from each party. Democratic Reps Ed Case, D. Hawaii, Mary Glusenkamp, Perez, D. Texas, and Jim Costa, D. Calif, and Republican Reps Don Bacon, Neb, Mike Lawler, NY, and Lori Chavez, Terember, or. This I'm sorry. I'm dying on stream. Apologies. I apologize to all of you. Okay. Here we go. The immigration provisions are significant as it comes in the wake of Republican opposition to an even larger bipartisan Senate proposal that also included significant border reform. That was killed by Senate Republicans last week, despite the fact that one of their own members was a key negotiator on the measure after opposition from House Speaker Mike Johnson and GOP's frontrunner for the presidential nomination, Donald Trump. Securing one's borders is necessary to preserving one's democracy and therefore necessary to maintaining world order and world peace, Fitzpatrick said in a statement. As the world's oldest and strongest democracy, the United States are not the world's oldest democracy. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. I'm not gonna go into a rant about this. Let's just move on from this. World's oldest democracy. Jesus. The historical literacy in the US. The United States' primary responsibility must be to secure its own borders. But we also have an obligation to assist our allies in securing their borders, especially when they come under attack, under assault by dictators, terrorists, and totalitarians. We secure our borders and help Ukraine defend itself against an immoral invasion by Russia and this bipartisan bill, Bacon added. We support Ukrainians who love freedom, Israelis who defend their homeland, and Taiwanese who want freedom. We stand for democratic values. The country and world are watching whether the US Congress is capable of addressing the critical issues in this measure, noted Case. An indefinite impasse in the House after the Senate has acted is not acceptable. Clearly, any measure to break this impasse and pass Congress must be bipartisan. All told, the bill would provide more than $47 billion to Ukraine as it works to repel Russia's two-year invasion, $10 billion to Israel in its fight against Hamas, including $4 billion to replenish the Iron Dome missile defense system, nearly $5 billion to back U.S. and allied deterrence operations in the Indo-Pacific, as well as $2.44 billion for U.S. Central Command, including to aid expenses after recent skirmishes with Iran-backed rebels in the Red Sea. It's unclear whether this will have enough support to pass the House, let alone the Democratic-controlled Senate, which is seeking much more for international allies, as evidenced by the bill passed earlier this week. That measure also includes billions in humanitarian assistance for Gaza and Ukraine, as well as higher levels of foreign aid. The lack of inclusion of foreign aid could turn off some Democrats who are more open to Ukraine aid amid Republican opposition. The House went into recess on Thursday without taking up foreign aid bill, despite President Joe Biden urging the House to take up the measure quickly. Speaker Johnson has cast doubt on the bill, saying that his chamber will not be jammed or forced into passing a foreign aid bill that was opposed by most Republican senators and does nothing to secure our own border. That is bullshit. Despite expressing his opposition to the initial bipartisan border deal. Like, this is pure bullshit. It's just at this point she's just listening to Trump, whatever he says. Johnson's position has forced Democrats to consider other ways to get the bill on the floor, including the possibility of using a discharge petition, which would force a vote if enough Republicans join with Democrats to demand the measure be considered. And this is where you come in with your political action, okay? This is where you come in to contact your local Republicans that are not crazy. This is what we've been talking about before. If enough Republicans join with Democrats to demand the measure to be considered, so contact your local Republicans that are not completely out their rocker. Do this for your favorite streamer, please. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, DNI, declared this week that his caucus would utilize every available legislative tool to bring the bill for a vote. All options are on the table, he added. But it's nuclear. I'm sorry. I just cannot read, it seems. But it's unclear whether enough Republicans would consider circumventing the speaker, a move that could spark backlash. It's all up to you. It's all up to you, all you good people that could sort of phone call your local Republicans. Fitzpatrick told NBC News that he didn't get a promise from Johnson's to put the bill up for a vote. He pledged to do whatever it takes to get the bill advanced, adding that the group will have to talk to leadership of both parties and hopefully they'll support it. I think this is a good spot to be if you're Republican. Bacon, a moderate Republican in a swing district in Nebraska, added, per the outlet. You're reducing the Senate bill by about 30%, so it's fiscally more responsible. We know we got to do military aid to Ukraine. We know we got to do military aid to Ukraine or they're going to fall, and it'll cost us more if that happens, and we can deal with the border. I just feel good about what we're doing. I mean, it's still under 1% of GDP. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, still, the US has also linked the clip. Still, the US has given less aid for Ukraine than to any other war. It's been definitely demonstrated. So, talking about fiscal responsibility, with all due respect, feels like a joke, considering how little the US is giving compared to all the other conflicts it has partaken in. If the US has given the numbers in aid that it has given to its past conflicts, then we would be looking at a totally different war right now. Most definitely. Ugh. Also, you should join the page. Murder Burger. Because I believe if you link it on YouTube, then the link will disappear because YouTube does not like links. So yeah, there we go. A new bipartisan bill, which is gutted and also has no guarantee that it'll pass as well. Here's Mike Johnson might say, yeah, that's also bad, so I will see. They're trying. Even the Republicans are sort of waking up to the fact that this is all just stupid. Even the Republicans are sort of waking up to that fact, so we'll see. The fact that people feel that the bill has to be gutted in order to be proposed feels like a joke to me. Again, considering how little of the GDP is being actually put forward for the Ukrainian aid, below 1%. Far below 1%, I might add. It's not just a little bit below 1%, it's a lot below 1%. So yeah, there we have it. We've done it. We've discussed the little new bill. So as I've said, do a little bit of contacting of your local representatives. Hopefully ones that can sort of join the Democrats in the House to do that whole maneuver called the discharge petition. That would be nice. Fight for the discharge petition, I tell you, by contacting your representatives, Republicans. Make them stand with make your Republicans that are not mad join with Democrats to demand the measure to be considered. That is the perfect phrasing. Hello. Also consider donating, or this is the perfect time for me to say that any donation or subscription that you give to me via the page has no middle people. It all goes to me. There's no cut preserving there's no cut that any company or whatever body would be taking. If you donate to me through the page, it all goes to me to support my work and to support my work getting better and to support my ambitions for the near future. Securing one's borders is necessary to preserving one's democracy and therefore necessary to maintaining world order and world peace, Fitzpatrick said in a statement. As the world's oldest and strongest democracy, the United States the United States are not the world's oldest democracy. Never mind.
You
Never
clipped that?
mind.
That's the thing you clipped?
I'm not gonna go into a rant about this. Let's just move on from this. World's oldest democracy. Jesus. Securing one's borders is necessary to preserving one's democracy and therefore necessary to maintaining world order and world peace, Fitzpatrick said in a statement. As the world's oldest and strongest democracy, the United States the United States are not the world's oldest democracy. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. I'm not gonna go into a rant about this. Let's just move on from this. World's oldest democracy. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna Google the world's oldest democracy, okay? I'm gonna Google. I'll just say Chris. San Marino claims to be the oldest constitutional republic in the world, founded on 3rd September 301 by Marinus, a Christian stonesman fleeing the religious persecution of Roman Emperor Diocletian. San Marino's constitution dating back to the 1600s is the world's oldest written constitution still in effect. There you go. There you go. I think you've learned something right now. I think yeah. I love it when you say let's just move on from this. I can play it again. Securing one's borders is necessary to preserving one's democracy and therefore necessary to maintaining world order and world peace, Fitzpatrick said in a statement. As the world's oldest and strongest democracy, the United States the United States are not the world's oldest democracy. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. I'm not gonna go into a rant about this. Let's just move on from this. World's oldest democracy. Jesus. The historical literacy in the US. The United States' primary responsibility must be to secure its own borders. But we also have an obligation to assist our allies in securing their borders, especially when they come under attack, under assault by dictators, terrorists, and totalitarians. We secure our borders and help Ukraine defend itself against an immoral invasion by Russia and this bipartisan bill, Bacon added. We support Ukraine. Jesus. Securing one's borders is necessary to preserving one's democracy. Jesus. Securing one's borders. Jesus. She's dead, Jim. It's okay, it's okay. So yeah, what else do I have for today for you? That's all right. It's free. To my friends attempting to defend Vaush, you will not succeed and he would not do the same for you. You and your community are worth more than this. Let Vaush take care of Vaush this time. Maybe. What Putin did to Navalny is what Trump says he can do to you. Damn. Vaush. What else have we got for today? Jesus. I just cannot believe. Tucker Carlson, when asked about Alexei Navalny, opposition leaders and journalists in Russia, said, "Every leader kills people. Some kill more than others. Leadership requires killing people." That is Tucker Carlson's brilliant response. Russia, mass arrests happening throughout the country after people came out to mourn Navalny's murder by the Kremlin regime. This is in St. Petersburg, and also in Moscow arrests happened, by the way. You can even watch the video of the arrests. You can even watch the videos of the arrests. We're in that nice spot right now. This is what happens when you even commemorate a person that happens to be in the opposition. You just get arrested. Well,
давайте веселее. Четверка со мной, бегом. Сюда, за мной, говорю, бегом. Уважаемые граждане, в данном мире...
Putin made fun of Tucker to his face during that interview. Tucker died.
Никакого публичного и иного мероприятия согласовано не было. Просьба покинуть место проведения несогласованного массового мероприятия. Уважаемые граждане, не мешайте проходу по тротуару. В противном случае вы будете задержаны и доставлены в территориальные органы внутренних дел.
Пресса.
Уважаемые граждане,
Собаку заберите.
не видите, что ли?
Что случилось?
Pretty sure the lady was saying that she's from the press. Prasa. Maybe I'm mistaken. It seems like very similar word to the Polish prasa, which means press. As they seem to be starting to manhandling the person with the camera, and then she said prasa. It seems like that was the thing that happened. Third Assault Brigade, it says it wiped out 2 Russian brigades at Avdiivka, dealt 4,200 casualties. We've already talked about this. But the 3rd Assault Brigade is like considered the most super prestigious and effective brigade, I guess. So here we go. Here we go. Now let me see how long this little stream of ours has been. How long has this stream been? 5 hours, 30 minutes. Okay, I think it's time to finish. We've done a few nice segments. I think we've done a lot. And I thank you all. I thank you, Murder Birder, for joining the stream and for being a pager. I hope someone in the future will give you a subscription so you can stop being white. And what else can I say? Love and solidarity. We love all of our non-binary siblings. And basically, yeah.